Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 337, and we are discussing the situation in West Asia, the ongoing war uh, that's been launched by the US and Israel on Iran, and it's escalating. It's escalating and it's expanding. So we're going to discuss all that today, and hopefully maybe some other things as well. So before we do that, let's see who all is there on the live stream, on the live chat. Fraud Hawk, Sona Sandhuji, Atul Mishra, Football Bakht, Heisenberg, Big Doze Man, Big Dozem, Rod Hawk once again, really now, Bis Patel, Namaskar. Um, Ruk, Rukmani Badoria, hello, Jai Hind. Nigya X, Rekha Humle, Jai Shri Ram, Geopolitical Dubey from Indore, Himanshu Raj Purohit, Pratardana, Namaste. Geopolitical Dubey once again, Namaste, Ram Ram. Soldier Boy, Saksham Jasarotya, General Subuta, hello. Pratardana once again. Who else? Manhattan, I6W, hello. Amaya Tulpule, Advait Ashwini, Humanity Survives, Abhinav Kapil, Samarth Pramanik, Kakashi 2409, Vivek Chakraborty, Ayush Singh, hello, Pranam Sarji, Abhinav Abhinav Kapil, Ajinkya, Manhattan, Rohan Bidi, Jai Shri Ram, Rahul Dunake, Namaskar, good to see you. Animish Bharatiya, hello. Om Nayak, Somi, Noises, Alka Shikari, Namaste. Animish Bharatiya, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, the recent podcast. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ajinkya Pawar, Shadow, uh, Anant Pai, Pandurang Rolla, Heisenberg, hello, good name. Good to see you again. Hamida Begum is here from Azerbaijan. Good to have you, ma'am. Iron Flame, Aditya Keja, Mr. Sid, Board Particle, Siddharth Gimire, Jayant Tiswani, Anand Singh Oberoi, the Chandrasekhar Limit, Vanakam, Chandrakant, Real Vladimir Putin, good to see you, Jai Shri Ram, Abhishek Srivastav, and everyone else. As Benor, good to see you, Mahita Bhusheti, Hare Krishna, and everyone else. Thank you so much for being on the live chat. So, before I start taking questions, let's first discuss what's happened in the last few days, last couple of days, essentially. Let's discuss what's happened in the last couple of days since we did the last live stream. So, the war is going on. Iran is retaliating hard. There is a news blackout, a significant news blackout from Israel. So, we don't quite know what's happening. It's pretty clear that Israel is taking a lot of a lot of missile hits from Iran. It's very clear. Uh, Iran has apparently exhausted its stockpile of old missiles. It's now using more modern missiles that have cluster munitions, cluster warheads. So before a missile gets into the range of an interceptor, it releases a cluster of warheads, like 50, 60 warheads. Then how does an interceptor deal with those? So it essentially defeats the purpose of the interceptors. That's what the Iranians are doing right now. They have, well, come up with new technology, cluster warheads. And that goes back to the old adage of quantity has a quality of its own. And of course, Iran has a tremendous quantity of missiles and drones. It's very clear. So Israel, it looks like it's taking a real pounding. The Gulf states, whichever nations are harboring American military bases, they have taken hits on those military bases and maybe also on the fuel supply, fuel, uh, oil refineries, etc. The oil production facilities, right? It looks like it's possible that much, if not most, of the American military infrastructure in the Gulf region may possibly be destroyed. Trillions of dollars worth of American infrastructure possibly may have been destroyed. A lot of radars are taking hits, very expensive radars. A $1.1 billion radar was taken out by the Iranians recently, and other radars too. So it means that there's only so these warnings, these radars are early warning radars. You destroy those radars, you don't get early warnings of missile or drone strikes. So when you get a warning, you've got like a few seconds to react. That's what's happening in Israel and in these nations wherever the Americans have military bases, right? So that's what's happening. Iran is taking a big pounding, massive pounding. It looks like the Americans are carpet bombing Tehran, right? So tremendous damage in Tehran to infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. Must be, I don't know, God knows how many civilian lives are being lost every day. But that's war. I suppose the same thing is happening in Tel Aviv. Um, so that's the situation. I've seen some satellite images of Iranian airports being targeted, Iranian aircraft being destroyed. So there's destruction all around. Iran obviously has hit out at various Gulf nations. There have been reports that Iran has targeted various oil production facilities. Iran has claimed that the attacks on Saudi Arabia, etc., were not done by Iran. So Iran is essentially saying that these are false flag attacks, perhaps carried out by allegedly by Israel. Maybe that's what Iran is claiming. There's been drone attacks on Azerbaijan too, and Iran again claimed that these were not done by Iran, which means Iran is claiming these are false flag attacks done by Israel, perhaps. Azerbaijan could be in the crosshairs of Iran, unfortunately, because Azerbaijan is a major oil producing nation, and a significant portion of Israel's oil imports come from Azerbaijan. So that's an evolving situation. Donald Trump has perhaps given possibly a go ahead to various militias, Kurdish militias, etc., to invade Iran and try and take over territory and perhaps attempt regime change or at least destabilize Iran. So we are once again seeing the good old American strategy of proxy warfare, of using proxy militias and proxy armed forces, armed groups, non-state actors, etc., against a sovereign nation. We are very familiar with that in India. The Americans used Pakistan to unleash terrorism on India from the 80s onwards. So, uh, yeah, so that's an ongoing situation, an evolving situation, and that's not going to please Turkey. The American use of Kurdish forces, and apparently the Americans have betrayed the Kurdish people at least seven or eight times before. So why would the Kurds want to once again be used by the Americans? I suppose there are people who are being paid off to do this. So now let's take a look at some of the developments that I have been able to find on Twitter. Twitter is suppressing news now. Twitter is suppressing news of what's happening. Okay, you're not getting the latest news anymore on Twitter. The Twitter algorithm has been tweaked such that it promotes what the Americans are saying, the American official narrative, but the narrative from the other side is now being suppressed. And there's almost no news coming in from Israel. No videos coming from Israel. So clearly things are not going well in yeah for Israel. It looks like the Iron Dome system has finally run out, possibly run out of the majority of its interceptors. They'll still have some in reserve, obviously, for high value targets. But it looks like the mood on the ground, the sentiment on the ground in Israel is that the Iron Dome has now failed, which means the Iranian missiles are essentially, they're hitting on demand. The number of missiles Iran is launching is decreasing every day, but the effectiveness seems to be just the same. So earlier, if one day they launched 100 missiles to strike 10 targets, perhaps, maybe today they're launching 20 missiles and still getting 10 hits. And Iran has also been launching drone strikes, and maybe drones are now taking precedence over missiles. So it's an evolving situation. The fact of the matter is Iran has not been defeated. Iran is far from being defeated, and looks like this entire war may have been a mistake by the Americans, by Trump. Looks like he gambled it will be a 2-day war and I'll get the Iranians to come to the negotiating table immediately. Hasn't worked out. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. First time in history. Oil prices are shooting up now, and that's going to have global repercussions. It's going to be a global shock, right? And as a consequence of Hormuz shutting down, which accounts for what? At least 20% of the world's oil supply. That's why the world now has no option but to look for alternatives. And what is the alternative? It's Russia, Russian oil. So suddenly, the entire world can't do without Russian oil. And the Americans have magnanimously given India permission to buy Russian oil. That we'll discuss later separately. But right now, the situation is such that without Russia, there's going to be oil shocks in the world. Russia is going to have to fill in the gaps, big gaps. That gives immense geopolitical leverage to Vladimir Putin and to Russia. Immense geopolitical leverage. And the longer the situation continues, the more leverage Russia gets. The Americans are desperate to open Hormuz, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But American ships can't come near the region. Even the most powerful warships the Americans have, the aircraft carriers, have been moved much further away from the Strait of Hormuz because they'll be targeted by the Iranians. So in that case, in that situation, how do the Americans reopen Hormuz? Not going to happen anytime soon, unless they can genuinely suppress Iran's missile capabilities and drone capabilities. That seems like wishful thinking right now. So the Strait of Hormuz looks like it's going to remain closed for the foreseeable future, for a few weeks at least, right? So the longer this lasts, the more leverage Russia gets. And therefore, it's in Russia's interest that this war goes on as long as possible. Now, Russia can start leveraging its leverage in terms of oil in other things, maybe in the Ukraine war. So Russia's importance has certainly risen in the world. And American stockpiles of weapons and munitions are declining drastically. The first 2 or 3 days of the war used up 20-30% of the global Tomahawk missile supply of the US. The Americans and Europeans have been, supplying Ukraine with all of their surplus, or maybe more than surplus, weapons, munitions. Now everyone's running low. What if China decides tomorrow morning to take Taiwan? What does the US do then? They'll press Japan into action, South Korea into action. You see, the longer this lasts and the longer Iran can remain resilient, the weaker a position the US will find itself in. And it can't suddenly ramp up supplies, ramp up production of missiles and weapons and munitions overnight. It doesn't have the capability to do that. It may take several months before they can start ramping up production. What happens in the meanwhile? In the next few months, the whole world may change. Maybe borders may change. There are nations waiting for opportunities. You may know some of those nations. So that is the situation right now. Now let's take a look at some of the information I've been able to, let's say, find on Twitter. Okay, we'll take a look at some of this. So this is from March 6th. New satellite imagery released by Airbus confirms that the AN/TPY-2 terminal high altitude area defense radar at the Mowafaq Salti base in Jordan was destroyed by Iran. The US is denying it, but the satellite images don't lie. This is a $1.1 billion radar. Okay. And more than one of these radars have been destroyed. And there's only a handful, like 21 radars in the entire world. The Americans may have to bring in some radars from South Korea or Japan. Right? So what happens with South Korea and Japan's defense? So this is one thing that's happened. What else? That's another one. Okay, this is the same one apparently. Mowafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. So clearly the Americans are trying to deny this has happened, but it's very clear that they've lost this incredibly valuable radar that kind of leaves their allies blind. Right? What else? Stop that. We'll stop. No, stop. Pause. Can't I pause this? Okay, I'll mute this. So Indian journalist Braj Mohan Singh returning from Israel drops a truth bomb. Even bunkers aren't safe. People died deep inside their bunkers. Iranian missiles sometimes hit without sirens. Israeli government blocks hospital access, hidden casualties, lies about its losses, and doesn't allow filming. Okay, so that's a report by an Indian journalist who has come back. And there's a longer transcript. When a missile strikes, it does not differentiate whether you are Indian or Israeli, because the Indians face racism apparently in Israel. It's just rhetoric that bunkers protect you. I saw people dying in 100-foot deep bunkers, and they, Israelis, don't tell you the facts. Press freedom in India is much better than in Israel. We are thankful to the Indian government, etc. It provides details. In Israel, the government does not tell you anything at all. You cannot film the dead bodies. Well, I can understand why. And you cannot visit the hospitals when an incident takes place. We are not given the details of the location. The next day, when we visit the site, we are told there was only one casualty, but a local told us there were 4 houses and everyone died, which shows there was a major incident. We are told Israel has robust technology. However, let me tell you that one day early in the morning, there were no sirens. Missiles struck without any warning. The technology fails, and it's hard to determine when drones and missiles will strike. You must have heard by now that Iran targeted almost every US embassy in the Middle East, and maybe they tried targeting it in Tel Aviv too. We would not have survived there. And this person was trapped in Israel from February 28 to March 6. Journalist Brajmohan Singh, Sadhana News. Okay, so that's what's happened there. Now we have this. 3 of the big 4 Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, are discussing withdrawing from US and other investments as the toll from the war with Iran mounts, as per FT. Yeah, so that's going on. There are strains between these nations and the United States, right? What else do we have? An interesting piece of information has come out of North America. A swarm of over 100 earthquakes ranging from magnitude 1 to 4.3 occurred near the Tonopah test range in Nevada, USA, in early March 2026, causing speculation about potential covert nuclear testing. While the location is near historical nuclear test sites, scientists believe, naturally, of course, that these tremors, including a 4.3 magnitude event, are natural seismic activity. Okay. Right. So looks like the Americans are doing covert nuclear testing. Obviously, their scientists will say it's all natural. Today, the news has come that Iran's interim leadership council has approved that neighboring countries will no longer be attacked unless an attack on Iran originates from them. And they've said that we are not attacking those countries. We are attacking American military installations that are hosted by those countries, right? So this is, obviously, it makes a lot of sense strategically. So what Iran has done is, first of all, it has destroyed American assets in the neighboring countries. It has most likely destroyed much of the American military infrastructure in these countries, probably trillions of dollars worth of infrastructure. Okay, it's done that. It's destroyed that. And obviously, these countries are being targeted because they are cooperating with the Americans and the Israelis. These countries, I suppose, have no choice, but yeah. So these countries are harboring American military bases from which attacks on Iran are being launched. So Iran has destroyed, most likely, those American military bases and facilities. Now, obviously, these countries are being targeted. I mean, Abu Dhabi has been targeted. Dubai is currently, I mean, today it was targeted, I believe, right? There was a drone strike on the Dubai International Airport. If an airport is targeted where typically you have civilian flights, I mean, that brings the country to a halt, right? So these countries are being targeted because they are harboring American bases. So clearly these countries are now realizing that the so-called American military umbrella of protection is worth nothing. The US is not able to protect these countries, right? So this was not a good strategy, having American military bases on our territory, right? So obviously this will be a lesson that these countries will learn, that this was not a good idea, having American bases and all that, and believing the Americans. And Iran is saying that, look, we are not targeting you, we are targeting the American bases. So now, long term, there's going to be a choice that the Gulf nations will have to face. Do we keep hosting American bases, which will guarantee that we'll be targeted by the Iranians, or shall we now distance ourselves from the Americans and thereby lose this imaginary military security umbrella of the Americans, right? That's the choice these Gulf nations have now. What else is happening? Okay, March 5th, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri met the Iranian ambassador Dr. Mohammad Fathali at the embassy of Iran. And Mr. Misri, our foreign secretary, paid condolences over the assassination of Supreme Leader Khamenei. Okay, so this has happened. What else has happened? Look here. Same thing. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, on behalf of the government of India, obviously signed the condolence book at the Iran embassy. The book has been opened after the killing of assassination of Supreme Leader Khamenei. So the government of India has now given its condolences to the people of Iran. And typically, when a world leader is assassinated, you would have the prime minister who would do this, but the prime minister has refrained from doing that. But the government of India, through the foreign secretary, the highest bureaucrat in the foreign ministry, has paid condolences to the people of Iran over the assassination of Mr. Khamenei. What else? Dr. Jay Shankar, India's foreign minister, met with uh, Iran's deputy foreign minister Khatibzadeh in Delhi on the 6th of March, right? And we can see that they are in discussions. He also met with the US Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. Right. What else do we have? About about the destruction of the Iranian warship, which we had discussed in the last episode of Ask Abhijit. So it turns out that Iranian warship, obviously, we know that it had participated in naval exercises in India. It was then returning home, and while it was near Sri Lanka, south of Sri Lanka, it had requested the government of Sri Lanka to give access to Gal the port, so that it can dock at the port, because so they had requested access. And it looks like this Iranian ship was made to wait for between 8 to 11 hours, and that's how the American submarine caught up with it and torpedoed it. Okay, that's interesting information that's come out. Now there's another Iranian vessel, Bushehr, that requested entry into Sri Lankan waters on March 4th. Okay, a few hours after the American forces sank the other ship, Dena. And this ship has apparently now been given entry into Sri Lankan waters. It has docked in a Sri Lankan port. So that's a development. And India has provided refuge to a third Iranian warship now, Lavan, and it is now docked in Kochi. This ship had requested for refuge on 28th Feb, was given approval on the 1st March, and has been docked in the port since 4th of March. And the crew of 183 shipmen have been accommodated at naval facilities. So, right, that's going on. That's what's going on. What else? Now, this is, about the oil and gas production thing and all that. This is the American Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He said yesterday, President Trump's energy agenda has resulted in oil and gas production reaching the highest levels ever recorded. That's fine. What else? To enable oil to keep flowing into the global market, I mean, he's obviously talking about Hormuz here, but he is saying that America has done great. So to enable oil to keep flowing into the global market, the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. This deliberately short-term measure will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government, as it only authorizes transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. India is an essential partner of the US, and we fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchases of American oil. This stopgap measure will alleviate pressure caused by Iran's attempt to take global security hostage. Put all the blame on Iran when you cause the situation. So look at the language he has used. The Americans are issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to India. They are essentially giving India permission. They're giving India permission magnanimously. Okay? What does it mean? It means they are portraying to the whole world that they have given India permission, because earlier India did not have permission from them. That's why India could not do certain things. And the government of India has not responded to this at all. I know for a fact that India had not stopped purchasing Russian oil. When the temporary framework for the trade deal happened between India and the US, there was nothing about Russian oil in the in the communique given out by India and the US. But the Americans then put out a separate communique in which they claimed that India will have to stop purchasing Russian oil if it wants the trade deal to happen, and India will be monitored. And India once again didn't say anything at the time. India doesn't want to antagonize the Americans. That's why India is not responding to these ridiculous claims by the Americans. And the Americans are trying to impose pressure on India. They're trying to arm twist India. They're trying to use whatever leverage, all the leverage they have on India to force India to stop buying Russian oil. They want to take control of India's energy policy. Okay? I don't think India has given in to the Americans. India has been purchasing Russian oil throughout. India has not stopped purchasing Russian oil. But now they are saying we are giving India temporary permission. So they are trying to signal to the world that we control the Indians, which is incorrect. They don't. But India is making it a point to avoid a verbal confrontation with the Americans at this point in time. India is being deferential because they are a much more powerful nation, and let's bide our time. So the Americans are trying to make it look like they control our energy policy. Okay, so that's the statement Scott Bessent has put out. That's about the Iran war. Now we will discuss that in detail, but here's a couple of other interesting things. The US Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Lando was in Delhi yesterday, day before yesterday, whenever it was, for the Raisina event. And he said that the US won't give India the same kind of economic advantages it gave China, which allowed that country to emerge as a major competitor. Here's the readout. The US won't give India the same kind of economic advantages it gave China, which allowed that country to emerge as a major competitor, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau said on Thursday, signaling Washington's cautiousness in negotiations over trade deal. While the US wants to work with India to unlock India's limitless potential, quote unquote, India should understand that we are not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago. Lando also offered to work with India to address long and short-term issues, blah blah, in meeting its energy challenges, and so on. So the US is not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago. If you are a viewer of this channel, you will have heard me say the same thing dozens of times over the past few years. The Americans are not going to make the same mistakes with India that they made with China. And now the American Deputy Secretary of State is repeating what I have been saying for the past 2-3 years. That the Americans will not make the same mistakes with India that they made with China. They aided and abetted the rise of China. They will not make that mistake with India. Exactly what I've been saying for years. The guy repeated those exact words. The American Deputy Secretary of State. Their policy is not of helping India, it's of containing India. What was the thing? We won't give the same kind of economic advantages to India. So they want to control India. They want India to be on their side and not independent, not sovereign. They want to control India's energy policy and other policies, but they don't want to give economic advantages to India. And in other words, what does the US seek? It seeks a vassal in India. They seek to make India their largest vassal. That's what the Americans seek. And they are pretty open and blatant about it now. Pretty open. They've used exactly the same words I've been using. So that's the situation. That's what the Americans want with respect to India. Okay, now let's come back. So that's essentially what's happened. I've taken about 30 minutes or so to explain what's happening in the world. Now let's take some questions. Pratardana says, GCC are threatening to pull out their dollars from the US. Do they want to stop the war? Do they even want the war? Did they even want the war in the first place? Or is it all Trump Netanyahu? The GCC nations did not ever want this war. The GCC nations want stability and peace in the region. When you have a nation like the UAE that has spent so much time, energy, money in building up its economy and positioning the country as a safe haven for wealthy people around the world, kind of like a Switzerland of the Middle East, why will a nation like the UAE want a war in the region? The UAE never wanted a war in the first place. Saudi Arabia did not want a war. Everyone knows that, everyone knew if a war happens, the Strait of Hormuz could be impacted. UAE is a major oil exporter. The UAE knew this. Saudi Arabia knew it. All these nations knew it. Kuwait knew it. Kuwait's only export to the world is oil. Its entire economy depends on oil. These nations never wanted a war, right? It is Trump and Netanyahu who have dragged them all into this war. Uh, do the GCC nations want to stop the war? Now it's beyond their control. The Americans decide what happens. Of course, if they threaten to pull out their investments from the US, trillions of dollars, then maybe Trump may consider it, or he may take heavy-handed action against them also. Trump is liable to do such things. So yes, these nations want to stop the war. The longer the war lasts, the more these nations get disrupted. If this war lasts for a few months, people may never return to Dubai. All the wealthy expatriates who live in Dubai, including lots of Indians, they won't return. The aura of stability, the aura of peace, the aura of all that will be permanently shattered. So the GCC nations want to stop the war. They are desperate to stop the war. And they've taken damage, right? So they did not want the war at all. It is Trump and Netanyahu, or maybe Netanyahu and Trump, who have dragged them into this conflict. Kakashi says, why are all Indians firmly supporting the US and Israel? They don't believe the US is stopping India's rise through all these wars. They think US is good and Iran is evil. Look, what I would say is that as Indians, you should not bet on one horse or the other. This is not your war. I don't know why Indians have this slave-minded behavior. Why do they have this inferiority complex that they have to support somebody, and they hero worship certain nations? My stand is that I am neutral in this. This war doesn't benefit India in any way whatsoever. It harms India's interests, which is why this war needs to end. Right? And I support no party in this. I support India. My support is always for India. And I will analyze the events as per my understanding. I have a decent understanding of the world, right? And maybe I have some biases. My bias is I'm biased towards India. That's my bias. I'm not biased towards any of these sides. So why are all Indians doing this? Because Indians don't think, right? Indians don't understand the world. Indians don't have the ability to think critically. And Indians hero worship some nations. I can't blame Indians for that. Blame the education system. So that's the problem. That is the issue, right? And of course, the US is they've had this policy of containing India since 2022. A containment policy. They are going to do everything it takes to stop or to retard India's rise, to slow down India's growth. The Americans are doing it pretty openly. But Indians don't see this. They don't understand the nuances, right? Indians don't, and the Indian media won't report it in those words. So that's why Indians don't understand what's happening, and they are supporting whatever nation. And there are Indians who are supporting Iran too, right? There are Indians who are supporting Iran as well. So a bunch of Indians supporting Iran, a bunch of Indians supporting Israel, a bunch of Indians supporting the US. Will you ever support India? Football Buck, thank you very much, sir or ma'am. Indeed, thank you so much. Kakashi says, I am right-wing, but I'm not pro-West. Are Indian right-wingers pro-West or what? Okay, so I'm right-wing, but I'm not pro-West. Right-wing Indians blindly following US-based accounts like Aravind and listening to Indian origin soldiers is a disgrace. Yes, there was some Indian origin female American soldier who apparently made a video about something. I didn't watch it, but it looks like she's trying to influence Indian opinion and trying to make Indians support the US, perhaps, in Israel, perhaps, I don't know. This Aravind account is very interesting. I generally don't talk about these things, about individuals, I don't care. But this Aravind account, uh, people seem to consider this account Nostradamus, Indian Nostradamus. He makes predictions and all come true. The account is based in the US. Okay, you can see on Twitter or X, you can see which geography the account is based in. So the account is based in the US, Aravind. It's got, they've not, whoever it is has not put their face on the account. They've put somebody else's face on the account as the display picture, profile picture. So we don't know who it is who's running the account. The person clearly knows about India in great detail, maybe of Indian origin, perhaps. But that person that person triggers my sixth sense. Yeah, that person is most likely, that account is a PSYOP account, psychological operation account. 98% of the things they will say will be pro-India, and in there slyly they will slip in American propaganda, and that too very nicely done, very carefully done, such that it looks like it's pro-India. There are other accounts like this. There are Chinese PSYOP accounts. SL Canton is another guy that guy shows his face. He's obviously an Indian who I don't know. It's possible he is on China's payroll. Maybe he loves China. Maybe he's doing it out of the goodness of his heart. SL Canton, or maybe he's paid by the Chinese government. Whichever way, he's entirely pro-China. All he tweets about is China, 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 China. Even the Chinese foreign ministry spokesperson or the Chinese embassy in India spokesperson have retweeted this SL Canton person. So that's pretty openly pro-China. But this Aravind account sounds like a very pro-India account, but it is a psychological operations account. So I would request you all, don't believe anonymous accounts. And be very careful about what you consume and what you believe, the information that you consume and believe. I'm glad that other people are understanding that these are PSYOP accounts. I mean, it's an anonymous account with somebody else's face on the profile. We don't know what he or she is, who it is, what the real name is. And people are just following this account and, my God, falling for the nonsense, falling for the propaganda. Anshu Jain says, as Iranian attacked top secret Israeli nuke site Sdot Mikha and destroyed radars, they can also attack Dimona nuclear plant and cause radiation leak. Agreed? Look, of course, theoretically it's possible. I don't know about Iran having attacked Sdot Mikha. Have they done that? I'm not sure. Let's try and find out what is the Sdot Mikha. Give me a second. Okay, let's do a search. Give me a second once again. Okay, so what happened to Sdot Mikha? Sdot Mikha Air Base. Okay, center of Israel. Is that been in the news? Okay, this was 2025. There's no news of late. So I don't know if it's top secret. Is it a nuclear site? It's saying it's a airport. But look, Dimona is in a desert. Everyone can see it on a map. I can show you on the map right now, Dimona, if you want. Let's do that. Because why not? So the Negev nuclear plant near Dimona is what we're talking about. So this is Israel. It's near Beersheba. And here we have Dimona. And here you have the Negev Nuclear Research Center. Okay. And here you can see the reactor dome and all that. So this is obviously, it used to be a secret facility. Now everyone knows about it. Okay. Because an Israeli whistleblower alerted the world about this site. David Crossman. Mordechai Vanunu, that guy. So this nuclear research center is clearly out there in the desert. Clearly, Iran can target it if they want. I suppose the Israelis would have kept a separate stockpile of interceptor missiles just for this nuclear power plant. I'm sure they will have done that. So they can do it theoretically, and they may possibly even do that in the future. So no question about that. That obviously I'm in agreement with that. It's possible. Abhishek Srivastav says, where is China in this conflict? Where is China in this conflict? China is playing a very interesting and important role in this conflict. See, Iran is targeting its adversaries with drones and with missiles, right? And these strikes, whether it's drone strikes or missile strikes, are very accurate, very accurate. Now, how are the Iranians doing this without GPS? They're using the Chinese Baidu system. China is providing Iran with Baidu because GPS is American. America will switch off GPS for the Iranian region. So the Iranians are using Baidu. And that's where China is in the conflict. And China obviously is gaining from the conflict. The American stockpiles of arms, weapons, munitions, everything is beginning to run low. And that obviously is advantageous for China as well. Dilshar says, love from Sydney. Thanks for the info. Thank you so much. Indeed. Thank you so much. Pratap Dana says, it seems government, though Iran will not survive. It seems the government, though Iran, you mean the Iranian government wants to survive? The Iranian government has been taken out, right? It's been decapitated. The top leadership, top 50 people or whatever, have been assassinated by the Americans. And still Iran is functioning. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Iran is pretty prepared to fight mosaic warfare, which means 31 independent armies. And the Americans are going to go after Iran, obviously. They may try and decapitate whichever new leadership emerges. So we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I think Iran is going to be resilient. And even if the Americans keep taking out whatever leadership they have, it's not actually a bad thing for a country. You know, it ensures that fresh young blood rises to the top. It solves the problem of elite overproduction. Amisha Mishra says, Kab tak chalegi ye war sar? How long will the war last? Well, it could last months, possibly even years, unless the Americans are able to somehow defeat Iran militarily. Now, since they are now, working on pushing Kurdish militias into Iran, possibly even have maybe ISIS coming into Iran through Syria or whatever, in Iraq, because the Americans control Syria and Iraq, at least parts of Iraq at least. So because the Americans are now going for a plan B, plan C, it tells you that the plan A hasn't worked. So it looks like this war could last for months, possibly even years. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, Christopher Landau, the American Deputy Secretary of State, said the quiet part out loud, just like their orange man, not extend same unreciprocated economic advantages to India it once gave to China. Yeah, like we discussed. How can India navigate? Well, India can navigate. India has to stop being a goddamned low-quality nation. The Indian elite needs... See, the rent-seeking model in India will not work. India has to reform itself, otherwise India becomes a vassal. India has to reform tremendously. There still is time. See, what do you need in a nation to survive these things? You need cohesion. You need high energy in a nation. You need a national mission. You need big goals. Right? How do you make a nation cohesive? And what else do you need? You need the elimination of the internal threats. So what should happen? First of all, India should deport the whatever millions of Bangladeshis we have in India. Whether it's 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, India needs to deport these foreigners who are squatting in India illegally. Whether it is the Rohingyas, whether it is the Bangladeshis, whether it is the Cookies, whether it is Pakistanis, all the illegals need to be deported. Secondly, India needs to make bring the nation together instead of having government policies that further divide Indians. All these caste based policies and oppressor oppressed politics and all that nonsense. That needs to go. Third, the entire energy of India needs to be channeled in the right direction. India needs to reform its manufacturing sector. India needs to make it really genuinely easy to do business in India. Cut down all the red tape, all the nonsense. It means reforms. India needs reforms, and education reforms also are needed, but that will take a long time. So I'll not discuss that even over here. And India needs to militarize. India needs to learn the lessons of the Iran war. India needs massive stockpiles of missiles and drones. India needs sea power. India needs submarines. More than aircraft, missiles and drones are what India needs. How many ballistic missiles does India have? The Agni missiles and what, not Prithvi, but mainly the Agni missiles, right? How many does India have? India thinks of ballistic missiles as the carrier of India's nuclear deterrent, which means if India launches a ballistic missile, it means India is launching a nuke. But ballistic missiles can be used for conventional purposes as well. So I think I'm not sure how many ballistic missiles India even has. I don't know, 500. I have no idea. Iran has more than 10,000 ballistic missiles. It looks like, and more than 100,000 drones. So India needs to build up a massive stockpile of all kinds of missiles, whether it's cruise missiles, supersonics, hypersonics, ballistic missiles. If India gets into a war with China for whatever reason, the Chinese cities are thousands of kilometers away. And the Chinese industrial areas and manufacturing centers and military centers are thousands of kilometers away. How are you going to target them? You're going to need ballistic missiles for that. India seems to have not thought of this at all. So a lot needs to be done. How do we navigate the US challenge? Well, we can't keep on bowing down to the Americans and bending to their will and giving them whatever trade deal they want and whatever they ask of India. Stop buying oil from here or there or whatever. India needs to sit straight up and grow a spine. And for that, India needs to reform itself so that it can grow economically, whether the Americans cooperate or not. And obviously, they will use leverage against us. The leverage translates eventually into military capabilities. So India needs to militarize. India needs to become really, really powerful militarily, way more than what it is today. And you don't wait for your GDP to grow for the military to grow. You can allocate 5% of your GDP for the next 10 years to military, to defense and offense, instead of whatever it is right now. So India needs to really change, really transform itself, really reform itself over the next 3 to 5 years, actually, beginning today. That way we can navigate. Otherwise, we are destined to be an American vassal. So even now, there's a very high chance that within the next 5 years, India becomes an American vassal. I hope it doesn't happen. I don't want it to happen. I'm just telling you that it's quite possible. India still can navigate. India still can remain fully sovereign. So that's what India needs to do. Okay. DRMPC says, I am surprised to hear you say in VAD that we were threatened by operation by US to operate. I have never been to VAD. What are you talking about? I'm surprised to hear you say in VAD. VAD is a podcast. I have never been to VAD. What are you talking about, sir? When have I been to VAD? I may have said elsewhere that the Americans forced us to end operations Indore, and you're surprised about it? Well, then grow the hell up if you're surprised about this. Grow up. That's the only thing I can tell you. Does it hurt your feelings what I said? Do facts hurt your feelings? Please grow up, sir. Please, or ma'am, please grow up. Aren't we going to use one of our Swayam Sarvam AI in government? I think the Indian government is going to use Chat GPT, which makes us a full-fledged vassal state if that is operationalized. Agam Senpai says Iran improved missile accuracy significantly, switching from GPS to Chinese Baidu. Russia providing Iran real-time location data of US military assets. Yes, all of this is happening. Russia and China are both helping Iran in this indirect manner. So Iran has switched from GPS to BIDO. GPS won't be available to them anymore because it's an American system. And the BIDO system seems to be really great. So Indians like to make fun of China, right? The Chinese missiles aren't good, Chinese radars aren't good, and so on. Well, here you have an example of Chinese excellence. The Iranians are using Chinese Baidu, and they are getting great results as a consequence. There are Chinese military satellites, reconnaissance satellites, that are also providing Iran with almost real-time information, data, images, and so on of American military assets and deployments and so on. The Russians are also involved in some way or the other, right? That's another lesson for India to learn. India's Navik, or whatever system it is, the satellite navigation system, it's almost defunct right now. That's what one hears. We only have limited coverage of the subcontinent, not global coverage, like the Russians and the Chinese. We only have modest ambitions of limited surveillance capabilities in the subcontinent. Even that is not working fine. India has totally dropped the ball in space. India needs to have its own alternative to the GPS, which is not local but global. It doesn't even cost a lot of money. I don't know why the government of India is not planning in these directions. Ritik says, why is Russia an ally of Iran just like China? Well, that's a good fundamental question, because the US is opposed to Russia, it's opposed to China, it's opposed to Iran. Okay? So when the Americans, the superpower, the empire, are opposed to three nations, they will obviously want to band together. So it's obviously much more complicated than that. But overall, their interests converge. They have shared interests. Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. These four nations have shared interests. And they seek to remain sovereign. That's why. Kakashi says, divisive and fraudulent left-right spectrum should not be imported into Bharat from the West. There should just be pro-national civilization versus anti-national. Well, this left-right terminology has become fully mainstream in India. If it should not have been imported, but it happened a long time ago. Now it's just part of the mainstream discourse. But I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. The actual perspective is whether you are pro nation and civilization or anti nation and civilization. That is the correct way of looking at things. But we'll tend to look at things from right left perspective, right winger, left winger, all that stuff. It's actually pro nation, pro civilization, and anti nation, anti civilization. I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. Kakashi says, in many places like South America and Japan, it is the left wing that is against vassalization and the sale of their nation. Both right wing and left wing can be bought. You see, right wing and left wing are people. Most people can be bought. Most persons will have some right price. And when you are the most powerful and wealthiest country in the world, it's not that difficult to buy out somebody, whether they are right wing or left wing, doesn't make any difference. Whoever is in power, get them to work for you, right? So yeah, that is correct. That's correct. Music Man says, why is no one talking about the Bab al Mandeb Strait as an alternative for Saudi and Gulf countries to export oil? Is this a feasible option or impossible? Okay, let us go to map. It's the Bab al Mandeb Strait. Okay, so we have the Strait of Hormuz here, which is a very important geographical choke point. And there's another one here, which is the Bab al Mandeb Strait, the Strait of Tears. Bab al Mandeb Strait. So the question is, why can't these nations, export oil through the Bab al Mandeb Strait? So tell me something. The UAE is a major oil exporter. It's sitting up north here. The distance from the UAE to, let's say, the Red Sea is about 1250 kilometers. How will the UAE transport oil through this massive desert. Look at the desert. Can you see? It's just sand dunes. It's just desert. Just desert. Massive, massive sand dunes. Nothing else here. For hundreds and thousands of kilometers. How does the UAE do that? How does Oman do that? And Oman anyway is on this part of this side of the world, so they are fine, right? And when it comes to Bab al Mandeb, you have Yemen sitting here, which is pro Iran, which is an Iranian ally, and that's why the people of Yemen have been. There's been a war waged against them by the Americans, the Saudis, and other countries in the region. And why will Yemen cooperate? They won't cooperate. And even if you bypass Yemen, go through this region, Saudi Arabia, it's more than 1,200 kilometers that you have to transport the oil. How do you do it? Through trucks, through aircraft? You build a pipeline that takes years. If you are Kuwait, how do you access Bab al Mandeb? It's too far. If you're Iraq, once again, the same problem. Distance through desert. So it's an alternative on paper. On paper, you can draw a line, but in the real world, you can draw a line like you would draw in paper, right? In Phoenix says, from what we see using game theory, and for curiosity, who is firing nuclear missile? Nobody is firing nuclear missile. Nobody has done it, right? Who is firing? Nobody is firing. Nobody's firing. Both, if pushed to the brink, what will happen as Hormuz controls food for GCC and oil for Asia? Who is firing nuclear missiles? See, first of all, nobody is firing nuclear missiles. Maybe you're trying to ask who may fire nuclear missiles. Is that what you're trying to ask, actually? Well, then you can use different words, I suppose, to to actually accurately mean what you say. Who may fire nuclear missiles? Look, Iran, as far as we know, doesn't have nuclear weapons, as far as we know. In case they have nuclear weapons, if they are pushed against the wall, they may perhaps use those nuclear weapons. Israel, well, if Israel takes too much damage, they may use nuclear weapons. Right now, there's a tremendous amount of damage apparently that Tel Aviv and Haifa and other cities are apparently taking. So if the damage becomes unbearable, intolerable, Israel may be tempted to use nuclear weapons. If Trump gets desperate that Iran is not falling, he may possibly use nuclear weapons. Yeah. These are the three possibilities. Israel, the US, and Iran. All three may use nuclear weapons. Is Iran, if they have it. So in case, hypothetically, Iran has nuclear weapons, they may use nukes if nukes are used against them, or if their very existence is threatened as a sovereign nation. In that case, Iran may use nukes. Israel may use nukes if it takes too much damage, like unbearable, intolerable damage. And the US may use nukes if Trump wakes up on the wrong side of the bed. K. Desai says, what's the likelihood of the US going nuclear? Right now, it's low. Right now, the likelihood of the US going nuclear is low. But if this war continues and the US takes more and more damage, and the US Plan B also doesn't work, using Kurdish and ISIS militias, Kurdish militias and ISIS terrorists, if that doesn't work, if Israel takes a lot of damage, if Trump's political position becomes very weak, see, if this continues, okay, if this war continues, and if Iran is not defeated, then the Republicans will be wiped out in the midterm elections in November. That is obviously intolerable to Trump. So depending on all these things and how dangerous the situation is for Trump, he may possibly decide to use nuclear weapons against Iran. And I'll tell you what, even if he does use nuclear weapons against Iran, Iran is going to keep fighting. So, Minimalist Maverick says, trajectory of Pakistan-Afghan proxy war. Indian involvement. There is no Indian involvement. In Pakistan-Afghanistan is not a proxy war, it's a direct war. It's a direct war. There's no proxy in between. It's not a proxy war. So the trajectory, I don't know, it's going to continue. The Afghans call the Durand Line the imaginary border, which means that they don't accept the Durand Line as the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And this is going to go on. Afghanistan isn't like a very powerfully armed nation. It doesn't have a massive military. It depends on the US. The US pays Afghanistan a weekly stipend of anything between 30 to $100 million in cash. Obviously, the US needs Afghanistan for something. That may change possibly, given the changing circumstances, or maybe that Afghanistan may become even more important for the US. Because if the US stops paying Afghanistan, maybe China steps in. Yeah, that won't be acceptable to the Americans, so they'll need to keep paying Afghanistan. So I think this war between Afghanistan and Pakistan could also go on for a long time. Hopefully not, but it looks like that. There is no Indian involvement. Romit Mishra says, if India becomes the US vassal, will that impact India's Kaveri jet engine program or the other defense project that India is currently working on? If you become a vassal of a foreign nation, your projects don't matter anymore. Even if you build jet engines and high technology, they'll be used by the overlord, not by you. They'll be appropriated for their benefit. So how does it matter? If India becomes the US vassal, neither the Kaveri jet engine program will matter, nor the submarine programs will matter, nor anything will matter. Once you are a vassal, you are a slave. You may not look like a slave. Most people will not realize also that you are a slave, but you're a slave. Your destiny will be in their hands. They may allow you to continue the Kaveri jet engine program. They may even give you the technology as long as you are under their control. It doesn't matter anymore once you are a vassal. Aries Manticore says the US is trying to reduce embarrassment by claiming that they have given waivers and that Indians are good actors. By the way, we have never stopped purchasing Russian oil. And when the war broke out, we immediately pivoted back without US permission. We have not stopped purchasing Russian oil. That is correct. There were claims being made that India had stopped purchasing Russian oil. And India did not bother to refute those claims. India did reduce its consumption of Russian oil, but never stopped it. And once the war broke out, we had no choice but to ramp up our import of Russian oil, and we did not bother to take any so-called permission from the US for that. So I totally agree with you over here. Maybe the Americans are trying to save face. Okay. Sumit Suban says, Professor Jiang is suddenly promoted everywhere. Is someone pushing a certain narrative? You've also noticed something, please hint so viewers can avoid blind faith. I have noticed that Professor Jiang is being promoted on YouTube. He's suddenly all over YouTube, isn't he? So now Professor Jiang is claiming that America will lose this war against Iran. If that's the case, why is YouTube promoting this person? That's a question that I don't have an answer to right now, but something is fishy clearly. Why are the Americans promoting this gentleman on an American platform? Shouldn't they suppress his voice and his reach algorithmically? I wonder. So I'm not sure what the deal is. I haven't watched it. I mean, I watched one or two snippets of his videos. Sounds like a competent and intelligent person who knows what he's talking about. But I haven't seen his long videos to figure out whether there's some hidden narrative that is being inserted in his videos. I can't say. Not have the time to watch hour-long videos, right? So I don't know. But one has to be careful. Nirmala Sharma says, hey, why don't you count France in the sovereign nation list? Don't they operate? They don't operate US jets and air defense and even radars and are pro-sovereign Europe. Okay. Good question, and I've explained it 100 times, but I will do it one more time because you may be a new viewer, so I understand. See, sovereignty is not some imaginary concept that I've dreamt up. Sovereignty is very real. What are the components of sovereignty? There is territorial sovereignty. There is economic sovereignty. There is military sovereignty. There is legislative and policy sovereignty. There is technological sovereignty. There is energy sovereignty. Now let's consider two or three of these factors. territorial sovereignty. Territorial sovereignty means you completely control your nation's borders and you decide who comes in and who can't come in. Does France have territorial sovereignty? France is a member of the EU. As a member of the EU, it can't stop other citizens from other EU nations from coming in. So France doesn't have territorial sovereignty. Anybody from any EU nation has the right to come into France. So none of the EU nations have territorial sovereignty. Their territorial sovereignty score is 0. Second, economic sovereignty, which means you control your economy. You have your own national bank and you control your own economy and your own currency. Does France have its own currency? No. France has to use the euro, this common currency of the European Union. If you don't have your currency, you don't have economic sovereignty. Third, military sovereignty. France is a member of NATO. What is military sovereignty? Military sovereignty means you control your military. As a member of NATO, France will be in situations at various points in time every year where at least some portion of its military comes under the command of a foreigner. So France doesn't have military sovereignty. So France doesn't have territorial sovereignty. It doesn't have economic sovereignty. It doesn't have military sovereignty. So that's why I don't count France as a fully sovereign nation. But I'll say this: among the EU and NATO nations, France is the most sovereign of all of those. All right. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Atul Mishra says, in Raisina summit, US was bullying us. When does the US not bully other nations? When does the US not bully other nations? In any such summit or whatever, the US never misses a chance to bully other nations, and especially India. So the US was bullying us in the Raisina summit. Okay. India buying Sukhoi 57 will be a key nexus defending our sovereignty. Kindly reiterate your 5 points for taking things forward for next PM, hopefully Yogi. I don't remember which 5 points I've said earlier, but look, we have to learn the lessons from the Iran war. Why is Iran able to survive as a sovereign nation? Because it is very powerful militarily, especially in drones and missiles. Maybe its navy isn't great. Maybe the Americans have destroyed their navy. Maybe their air force is second rate. The Americans have destroyed the air force also. But when it comes to missiles and drones, they are first rate. They are better than the Americans. And they have got tremendous quantities of weapons. Those weapons. Quantity has a quality of its own. You must have heard this from me since at least 2021. Right? So India needs to do these things. India needs to militarize. India needs to stop allocating like 1 or 2% or whatever of its GDP to the military. Maybe it's time to allocate 5% of GDP to the military next 10 years. And India needs to reform and all those things, like I said earlier, right? All those things need to be done. For next Prime Minister, hopefully Yogi will. I'll stay out of Indian politics. I don't comment about that. Obviously, I have my own views about this, but I don't talk about that in these forums. I stay out of politics, domestic politics. General Subuthai says, why Russia not resupplying Iran? US invades India, potential Iran-style outcome. India skips Pakistan invasion due to oil. If you don't have sufficient oil, you can't fight a war, by the way. So people who are saying we should resume Operation Sindoor, calm down. Okay? Those of us who want to resume Operation Sindoor, where's the oil? India allegedly has 25 days of oil supplies or strategic oil reserves. That's what media is reporting. I don't know how true or false that is. Some people are saying that's false or whatever. But see, when there's an oil crisis, you can't go to war. You can go to war, but in that case, you have to finish the war very fast. So that. Why is Russia not resupplying Iran? Russia is helping Iran in other ways, and if Iran needs resupplying, Russia will do that. Okay, not right now. If US invades India, potential Iran style outcome. Does India have 10,000 ballistic missiles? India doesn't have 10,000 ballistic missiles. India may have several thousand cruise missiles, including BrahMos and so on. But we need all kinds of assets. And I don't think India has 100,000 plus drones. So India is kind of short on these things. The way I see it, I may be completely wrong. I hope I am. But that gives us an opportunity, in case I'm right, that India should now stockpile tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and hundreds of thousands of drones, and possibly tens of thousands of cruise missiles too. If you have that, nobody will dare come to you, especially if you're a nuclear weapon state. Okay. Prataradana says, at least one good news, our own air-independent propulsion system is installed in a submarine. Well, it's going to be installed in a submarine. So India has developed apparently an indigenous air-independent propulsion system. That's fantastic. And it's going to be installed in submarines. So let's see the news. AIP submarines. India is retrofitting its Kalvari class Scorpion submarines with indigenously developed AIP systems. When does this happen? It's a video. So it enables diesel electric submarines to remain underwater for 14 to 91 days, 14 to 21 days, compared to only 2-3 days without it. So it's excellent. And so on. Yeah, so I had the map on the screen instead of this. Okay. So, yeah, India is retrofitting its Kalvari or Scorpion submarines with indigenously developed AIP systems. And AIP system enables diesel electric submarines to operate underwater for 14 to 21 days as compared to only 2 to 3 days without it. So that's fantastic, isn't it? Okay, so yeah, excellent. It's a great piece of news, clearly. Mihir says, just wanted to point something out. A look at JP Morgan Asset Management's Global Manufacturing PMI Index report comparison since 2009 2026. You want me to look into that? Let's see. Give me a second. Okay. Let us put this on the screen. And you want to see JP Morgan. Let's see. JP Morgan Asset Management's Global Manufacturing PMI Index Report comparison 2009 to 2026. Okay, what do you want me to see in this? I'm not sure what you're trying to point out over here. The India factor, what is it? Okay, anyway, thank you. Next question. Pashupati Joshi says, hope you're doing great. Yes, I'm doing great. How are you? I hope you're doing great too. Iran has been attacking data center servers in GCC countries. Why and at whose behest? China. Are data centers there used by American bases in the region more than MNC companies? The Gulf nations have data centers there. Data centers are part of the cloud services that are offered across the world. So one example is Amazon Web Services, the cloud, right? So what happens is that if you are a customer and you have your data on the cloud, that data is stored in multiple places, not just on one server, but multiple servers. So if you are, let's say, tomorrow morning going to be in New York City, then you can access your data from the nearest server, which will be typically based in the US. But if you are going to be in India, you will want to access your data from a local server. If AWS has a servers in India, you'll access it from there, or maybe a nearby place like Singapore or UAE or whatever. So that's how it's done. That's data centers. So Iran has been attacking data centers, but that is a critical vulnerability of cloud services. These are not used by only by American bases. They are used. They're probably used by MNCs, not by American bases. The American bases will have their own. The American military will have its own data centers, which will be separate from the data centers used by MNCs, multinational corporations. So if Iran attacks and destroys data centers, it's it's exposing a critical vulnerability of the US. It's not doing it at somebody's behest. It's a great strategy. If you're under attack, you attack every aspect of the adversary's operations, right? Your objective is to impose a very high price on the adversary, a very high cost on the adversary, a cost for their actions. Since you are attacking me, I'm going to make it very costly for you, right? I'm going to make you pay a very heavy price, and that's by doing all these things. So if you attack data centers, maybe a company's data is stored in two data centers and one is gone. Now what happens? Right? So it's not being done at China's behest or Russia's behest or whatever. It is done. It's a logical, strategic maneuver by Iran. Aromal Biju says, DYK, do you know about offshore gas and oil exploration column coast? I'm not aware of it. Is something happening? That'll be great. Ritvik Yadu Vanshi says, how close would an American submarine have been to India in the Indian Ocean when they launched the torpedo at the Iranian ship? It happened south of Galle, right? Galle. What's the pronunciation? I don't know. Let's call it Gaul. So if you go to the map, here we have Sri Lanka. This is the city of Gaul, okay? And this incident, this sinking of the Iranian ship happened south of Gaul. So it means that, let's say it happened in this location where I put a dot here. If you calculate the distance to Kanyakumari, it's about 300-400 kilometers. So the American submarine would have been about 300-400, maybe around 400 kilometers away from India's coast when they launched that torpedo at the Iranian ship. But these American submarines are pretty undetectable. I don't know if the Indian Navy would have known it was there. Hopefully they would have known, but it's possible they may not have known. Because first of all, it was outside of Indian territorial waters and India's exclusive economic zone. So I hope that now people are understanding how important submarines are and how vulnerable aircraft carriers are. The Americans are hiding their aircraft carriers far away from Iran. But submarines can sneak up to you and kill you. Submarines are the most dangerous ship, naval asset in the world. Aircraft carriers are a liability. Paras Rathore says, does the US lack intent or does it lack capability to defend the Gulf countries, as it certainly wants to defend Israel but is unable to defend it? I think the US primarily focuses on Israel. So if they are given an option of saving Israel or saving another country in the region, they will go for Israel first. They will save Israel first. Then they will prioritize other countries. So priority-wise, Israel is number one for the US. But the US is not able to defend Israel right now. Right? Israel is taking hits from Iranian drones and missiles. So even if the Americans do want to protect Israel, they are not able to. So it's a combination of both when it comes to the Gulf countries. The Americans prioritize Israel higher than the Gulf countries, and the American military infrastructure has most likely been severely compromised in this region. So they're unable to defend the Gulf countries even if they want to. And the question is, even when the American military infrastructure was intact, was it enough to defend the Gulf countries? Probably it was not enough. Putin says, have you seen the video of American Marine veteran being manhandled in the US Senate? for saying no one wants to fight for Israel. Looks like Mir Sharma was right. I have seen that video, and his arm was broken, right? His forearm was broken. You could hear the bones cracking. You could see the bone shards poking out of his shirt, of his jacket. Yeah, I've seen that. And he was shouting that we don't want to fight and die for Israel or something to that effect. Yeah, I've seen that. I am not sure what Mir Shamer has said about this, but I have indeed seen that video. Yeah. Ritik Power says, do you believe we have a competent MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, to handle once in a century geopolitical changes? One wrong move and yeah, it's disaster. In my opinion, it looks like we are making a wrong move. So, in your opinion, if you think we are making a wrong move, could you kindly help me understand what wrong move are we making? I think India is trying its best to navigate the situation the best way it can. Do we have a competent Ministry of External Affairs or Minister of External Affairs? I think he's what we have. I think he's a very experienced diplomat with decades of experience. I think he probably is one of the best people we probably have. I'm sure there are other diplomats who could take up the role, but I'm not sure about that. Dr. Jaishankar has the experience and so on. Competent? I'm sure he's competent. And at the end of the day, the moves that we make are not made by the Minister of External Affairs. They're made by the Prime Minister. The minister simply communicates and interfaces with other countries. I think we are doing our best to handle these treacherous times. We don't want to antagonize the US verbally too much, but we want to have as many options as possible and remain as strategically autonomous as possible. When it comes to me being frustrated with with India, it's not, my frustration doesn't come from the Ministry of External Affairs. My frustration comes from the lack of reforms in India, which are vital, which are critical, which are indispensable for India remaining sovereign. I mean, is it difficult to deport a few million Bangladeshis? Is it impossible? Is it so hard? Why can't that be done? So that's what frustrates me. The MEA is fine. Mr. Sid is a new member. Thank you very much, Mr. Sid. Welcome to the channel, and thank you so much. Aries Manticore says, as you see, the US itself is showing itself to be a terrible overlord if India chooses them. Of course, I think the Indian government will no longer choose them. It will be open season on the US slowly soon. 5-year race is on. See, it's not like India has to make a choice. Be sovereign or choose the US, which is best. When somebody wants to vassalize you, they don't leave you with much choice, right? When the US government, let's say, has a tremendous amount of leverage on you, economic leverage, military leverage, other kinds of leverage, then you may have no choice. It's like saying that, hypothetically, that you can choose to be rich or poor. What shall you choose? Everybody will choose to be rich, right? But being rich is very difficult. That's the situation. Nobody chooses to be poor. People are poor because they don't know how to be rich. So it's not like India will, tomorrow will wake up and say, oh no, let's not choose to be a vassal. No, when you are being vassalized, you are always being vassalized against your wishes. It's a forcible imposition upon you. So the US is a terrible overlord. We know that. And sometimes even if you try your best, you get vassalized. I mean, was Japan a nation that chose vassalization? They were nuked into vassalization, right? But hopefully the Indian government makes the right decisions and the right moves that enables it to remain independent and sovereign. But the longer this war drags on and the longer Iran remains resilient and sovereign, the lower America's credibility will go. And everybody will look for options. So that I agree completely. P. Gorpade says, for India, is the biggest risk from this war oil supply, diaspora safety, or diplomatic balance? Number one is oil supply. Diplomatic balance, we can always do diplomatic balancing. That is fine. Diaspora is safe. The Iranians aren't targeting civilians, right, in the Gulf countries. I don't think India has much of a diaspora in Israel. And so the diaspora is mostly safe. Diplomatic balance we can anyway maintain. The biggest risk from the war is the oil supply. That's the biggest risk factor for India. Yeah, so that's the biggest risk. Logier says, have you read The Code Breakers by David Kahn? I've heard of it, but I haven't read it. Probably don't have it either. So no, I haven't. The Priyavrat says, Bharat still guarding one Iranian warship. Iran thanks. Why? Because why not? Because we are a sovereign nation. And Iran is not our enemy. With Iran, we have good relations. So if a nation who is not your enemy and with whom you've had good relations, if they request you that please safeguard our warship for the time being, why will you not accept the request? Unless you are somebody's vassal. So India is now, you could say, recalibrating. Initially, when the war happened, India condemned the attack on various nations' sovereignty without naming Iran. And India did not offer condolences to the people of Iran over the assassination of their supreme leader. But now India is changing course. And I think it's the right thing to do. Right? So it's a statement, it's an assertion of India's sovereignty. It's also a message to the US that we are a sovereign nation and we will not bow down to you. Ares Manticore says, THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, has been obliterated by the Iranian forces. That's what it looks like. Definitely the radar systems, at least a couple of these seem to have been obliterated by Iran. Yeah. Huzayf Sheikh, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Lucky Mehra says, Sergi, will India give our ports to the US in this war? If the time comes, can we say no to them? So there have been speculations and claims by American commentators that the US is currently using Indian ports. And the Indian government has stated very clearly the Americans are not using Indian ports. We have not given anybody permission to use Indian ports. Okay? So I can say this for sure right now, that the US Navy and military is not using Indian ports. But the question is, in the future, what happens? You can see the American Fifth Fleet, a very major naval fleet, was based in Bahrain. And it looks like their military infrastructure has been dismantled by the Iranians, destroyed by the Iranians. And American naval warships can't operate in the Persian Gulf or the Hormuz region because Iran will take them out. So there's an aircraft carrier strike group in the Eastern Mediterranean, more than 1,000 kilometers from Iran. And there's an aircraft carrier strike group in the Arabian Sea, Southern Arabian Sea. Again, they're distancing themselves. They're putting distance between them and Iran. So in that case, if they want to operate aircraft carriers, destroyers, warships, submarines in the region, submarines, they may be all nuclear powered, so it's fine. No need for refueling. But other warships will need refueling and restocking. So where will they do it? The Gulf region is unstable. If there's an American warship there, it can be targeted and destroyed by the Iranians. So where do the Americans dock? Let's take a look at the map. See, if you have an American warship in the Persian Gulf, it will be destroyed by the Iranians. At least it will be targeted by the Iranians. And the Iranians know how to, it's very clear now, the Iranians know how to destroy military assets. So it doesn't make sense for American warships to be in this region. Over here, Gulf of Oman, again, too close to Iran, too dangerous. So the American aircraft carrier must be like a few hundred kilometers from Iran at least. Okay? Maybe south of Pakistan. If you have American warships in Oman, the Iranians can take those out. Yemen, impossible. Yemen is not friendly to the US. Saudi Arabia, Red Sea, well, that's too far anyway, right? And then you have the Eastern Mediterranean, which is again very far. So if the Americans want to engage in naval warfare, they will need to have their ships resupplied with fuel and other things. Where do they do it? One possibility is Gwadar, Pakistan. But if the Americans are resupplied from Gwadar, the Iranians can take out Gwadar. Iran is right next door. Or you could have Karachi. Well, the Iranians could target Karachi as well. Karachi is not that far away, right? So then what? India. The other option is India. Then that's why I say that it's likely the Americans may demand that India give access to its ports, that India allow American warships to use Indian ports. But that makes that, if that happens, if India agrees to that, it makes India an accessory in the war. So India will not accept that. Okay? And the Americans will try to pressurize India, arm twist India, or whatever. What should India do? India should refuse. That's it. And I'm sure we can say no to them. We may have to pay some price for it, but I'm sure we will be able to say no to the Americans. If this war continues a few more weeks, few more months, the Americans will ask for Indian ports, and we have to say no. Huzaif Sheikh says, how can the government change the mindset of Indians who blindly take sides in foreign wars without knowing actually what's in our interest? What the government can do is it can reform the education system so that Indians actually understand what the national interest is and what the Indian national interest is. Because every nation has its own national interest, set of national interests, which are different from the interests of other nations. So the government of India, it can change the mindset of Indians. To do that, it has to reform the education system and bring and ensure that these topics are taught, because they are vital, they're critical. That's how if you're taught these things when you're in school, then you will genuinely understand the world. And nobody will be able to fool you as a citizen. So it has to be done in the education system. Right now, those who are grown up, whatever is in their mind, you can't change. After a certain period, after a certain age, most people can't change their minds. That age may be around 40. Most people after the age of 40, they simply will refuse to change their mind about something they believe. And many people, even at the younger ages, can't change their mind or can't think clearly. So you have to inculcate these things during a young age. For that, you have to reform the education system. Otherwise, the government can't change the mindset of Indians. That slave mentality, that inferiority complex, that hero worshipping other countries and all, it's because of the defective education system. That is what needs to change. That's how you create a high quality population. Mihir says, what's your objective viewpoint on channels like Digging into China, China Observer, Lei Rei, China Insider, David Jiang? They seem to be Falun Gong funded. I haven't seen any of the channels. I have no idea. I haven't watched any of these channels. Sorry. Shubham Chipade says, will all EU unwillingly enter the war on the US side? Look, the EU is already exhausted when it comes to the Ukraine war. I'm sure they don't want to enter this war. The EU nations. And EU nations are not bound to enter into wars if the Americans tell them. But NATO is a different matter. NATO nations are treaty bound to help each other in times of whatever, need and so on, based on the NATO charter. And an attack on one member of NATO is to be considered as an attack on all NATO members. So does it mean that NATO nations should participate in the war because Iran is attacking the US? Well, Iran is not attacking the US. Iran is defending itself. The US doesn't exist in the Middle East, right? The US is in North America. Iran may be attacking American bases, but because the American bases attacked Iran first. So Iran is simply defending itself. So that doesn't trigger Article 5. Yeah, you can't do this mental gymnastics to trigger Article 5 of NATO. because of the war in the Gulf region. Um, but the Americans may arm twist individual NATO members, like Germany, for example, maybe the UK, maybe France or whoever, to enter the war. And if the Americans want something, they can generally get their way when it comes to the European nations, NATO nations. So it is possible that if the war drags on, you may see the entry of Germany or some other nations, European nations, in the war. And that will be bad for Iran if more nations enter the war. That will certainly make it more likely that Russia and China could enter the war, or on Iran's side. And that becomes a world war, right? So, really now, Ms. Patel says, Arvind's been saying that we buy US oil soon. I'm telling you, this guy, I don't know, it's a guy, girl, whoever, it's an anonymous account based in the US. And yeah, this is the insidious little narrative this account puts out, and other accounts like these. So it's about, this is a psychological operation. When lots of people start following you, whatever you say matters because it has an effect. And because he has acquired this reputation for being able to accurately predict the future, which means actually that he or she has inside information, right? So then what you say will be believed by people, that it will actually happen. And maybe it puts pressure on the government of India. So this is a PSYOP account. It's probably a CIA or American-run PSYOP account, Aravind. Chirag Shetty says, how will this war affect the Abraham Accords? What are the Abraham Accords? It's about peace between Israel and the West Asian nations, right? It doesn't involve Iran. How will this war affect those Abraham Accords? Let's first see in brief what the Abraham Accords are all about. Abraham Accords. Okay. US brokered joint peace declarations, normalized relations between Israel and several Arab nations, and so on. Yeah, it doesn't really affect the Abraham Accords too much. Putin says, operation on Ismail Khani of IRGC, he looks like Kushal Mehra. What? Well, the Iranians are our cousins anyway, right? So there'll be Iranians who look like us, and some of us who look like them. Ismail Khani of the IRGC. I have no opinion on him. I have not studied his life history, his career, his views. I don't know about him. Looks like Kushal Mehra, really? Let's see. Ismail Khani, IRGC. Ismail Khani. There are reports he's been executed. I don't know if it's true. Maybe it's rumors. Maybe it's psychological warfare. Does he look like Kushal? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Okay. Rajiv, thank you so much, Rajiv ji. Thank you so much. JRXNA says, per the Monroe Doctrine, the US needs to counter China by cutting cheap heavy oil from Venezuela, cheap silver from Latin America, cheap oil from Iran. Why is China not reacting to the planned destruction? I don't know what Monroe Doctrine is, but I've heard of the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine is about US supremacy in the Western Hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine is an American policy that dates back to 1823 or something. And in its original form, it was that the US saying that no European nation will be allowed to influence the politics or geopolitics of the Americas, whether it's North America, Central America, or South America. It means that European nations, who were the colonial nations of the time, they were no longer allowed to interfere in the internal matters of the nations in the Americas. That was the Monroe Doctrine. It's about American supremacy in the Western Hemisphere. Now, the Monroe Doctrine has been reinstated by Trump, and he has put forth a Trump corollary or rider on top of it, which says that even in the Americas, no nation, whether it's North, South, Central America, no nation will be allowed to do any activities that in any way hurt American interests. If that happens, the Americans will go and deal with it militarily if required. That's the Monroe Doctrine and the Trump corollary. So the Monroe Doctrine has nothing to do with Iran or China. It's about the Western Hemisphere. Okay? It's about only the Western Hemisphere. But America's actions here are, so America has reinstated the Monroe Doctrine, and people were interpreting that it was hemispheric retreat. It was a retreat to hemispheric defense. But that's not the case. The Americans are expanding their activities in the Eastern Hemisphere through their war on Iran, right? So the war on Iran is about, at the end of the day, about countering China, about cutting off China's oil sources of oil supply, or controlling those. And that's what it is. Why is China not reacting to their planned destruction? Well, China has decent oil, strategic oil reserves. China can always get oil from Russia. And China knows that if this war goes on for a longer time, the Americans will eventually have to either nuke Iran or to withdraw and retreat, walk out. Once that happens, the Chinese know that the Gulf nations will never ever do business with America again. They won't trust the Americans again. The American military presence in the region will be wiped out. It may already be severely degraded right now. The American military facilities and bases in the region may be severely degraded by now. So once the Americans, let's say, move out of the region, if they are unable to defeat Iran, then the Gulf nations will no longer want to do business with the Americans. They will prefer to do business with the Chinese and the Indians. So China long-term benefits from this. And China is not being threatened right now directly. And even if it's being threatened because of oil supply being cut off potentially, there's nothing they can do about it right now. That's why they are staying out of it and they're keeping a close eye on what's happening. Noise is a new member. Thank you very much, Noise. Welcome to the channel's membership. Anirudh Kumar says, some advice you would like to give to the next PM of India. Reform. See, I am, first of all, nobody to give advice to the Prime Minister of India, but let's say I am to give advice. I would say reform the country. The rent-seeking model will not work anymore. It will work, but then India becomes a vassal, it becomes a third-rate nation. It remains a third-rate nation. India needs to reform itself. India needs to reform its institutions. India needs to militarize significantly, maybe spend 3 to 5% of its GDP on military expenditure for the next 10 years at least. India needs to become technologically independent. It is completely technologically dependent right now on other nations. India needs to once again revive the space, ISRO, the Indian space program, and India needs to desperately reform the education system. Yeah. Pratardana says the Navik modest ambition and ISRO situation seems to be done on purpose. Very suspicious. You can see yearly launches have decreased significantly. Absolutely. Let's see. Number of space launches by India per year from 2010 onwards. Let's see what the Google AI says. 2010, 5 launches. 2011, 5. 2012, 2. 2013, 5. 2014, 5. 2015, 5. 2016, 7. 2018, 5. 2017, 5. 2018, 8. 2019, 6. 2020, 2. 21, 2. 22, 4. 23, 7 launches. 24, 7 plus launches. This 25, as of March 26, only 6 plus launches. So very modest, very unambitious. That's what India's space program is. Is it done on purpose? Well, obviously it's controlled by the government of India, and if they are not taking the space race, the space program forward, it's obviously that it means they've chosen not to do that. I don't know why it is the case. India can be a genuine leader in the space race. India has all the potential for that. But the government of India doesn't fund ISRO enough, like I've been saying for years. Yeah. So I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I have no explanation for this. Why the government of India doesn't consider space to be an important domain for the country. Very strange. Very strange. Sam the Gamer says, why do South Africa always choke? Cursed? Like how? You mean in cricket? See, South Africa don't choke in rugby. They don't choke in other sports. But they somehow can't get past certain hurdles in cricket. Uh, yeah. Have they ever reached the final? They've reached the final, right? To last year, I think, 26, to 2025, they reached the final of the T20 World Cup. And they were about to win that, but they lost to India. And there have been many other occasions where they've choked. Yeah. In ICC events. So I don't know, maybe it's a mental limitation, mental block. India also had a mental block against Pakistan. India used to always lose to Pakistan 1986 onwards. 1986 in Sharjah, India was winning a match. Pakistan needed 4 runs to win of the last ball. And the Indian bowler bowled a full toss to Javed Miandad, who hit for a 6. And since then, India's psyche broke. And India would always lose to Pakistan. Always lose to Pakistan. But somehow in the World Cup, we started beating them. And we have this tremendous record of beating them. And the past decade or so, we always beat Pakistan. So it's been reversed. So it's a psychological block that you have, whether it's South Africa, whether it's India, whether it's Pakistan. Right now, Pakistan also have a psychological block when it comes to India. They always lose to India. They choke when they see India. They simply don't know how to beat India. So it's a psychological matter. Aj Tal USA says, what investments should India make in air defense batteries? We have the Akash system, right? It's a tremendously well battle-tested system. So we need to get more of those, maybe extend the range of the Akash missiles. Maybe we should get more S-400s. We're doing that. We're buying, I think, 5 more batteries of 5 more regiments of the S-400 system. And so S-400 we can augment. Akash, we need to have more of those and maybe longer ranges. I don't know what the current range of the Akash system is. Let's find out. Akash missiles range. Why in Hindi? Good God. Missile range. What's the range? Okay, 4.5 kilometers or 25, 30 kilometers. Well, it would be fantastic if you could make it 100 or 150 kilometers, right? So you can always improve a system that you have. That works fine. So we can do that. We need to have large quantities of these deployed on the northern border with Tibet and the western border with Pakistan, even the eastern border, right? We should have our own S-400 kind of system, indigenously designed and built. And we need to have ballistic missile defense and all those things. So, yeah, all that. ICMB says, our first step is to get off our own delusional horses when there are people who think our Tejas can beat the F-35s and to recognize our own shortcomings. What we need to do is to be realistic. Be completely, totally, 100% realistic. We have strengths, we have weaknesses. The Tejas is not the kind of aircraft that is supposed to go up against something like the F-35. The Tejas is a short-range fighter interceptor. It plays a very specific role, and it is pretty good for that role. You can't compare the Tejas with, let's say, the Sukhoi 30. The Sukhoi 30 is a totally different aircraft for a totally different role. So I don't think it's the right thing to compare the Tejas with the F-35. The Tejas is a pretty decent fighter plane. And it needs to be improved iteratively. Right? We also have, my point is, don't be hyperbolic and don't be all doom and gloom either. Be grounded, be balanced, be realistic. Understand what your limitations are. Don't go and advertise the limitations to the world. Keep quiet about them and work on them. So I understand why you are saying this. There are all these Indians who say that we are superpower Sar, we are Vishwaguru Sar. Those people obviously are deluded. We are neither superpower nor Vishwaguru. But we should be optimistic. We know that we have great talent now, and we need to work on our shortcomings. Hardik Joshi says, have you checked out? No, I have not checked out Professor Jiang. Um, so he runs a channel called Predictive History, geopolitics expert. He made three huge predictions, out of which two are already true. The third is coming true. World order changes according to him. I have seen one or two of his shorter videos, like 5-6 minute videos, 10-minute videos. I simply don't have the time to watch his longer videos, which are like more than 1 hour long. He seems to be competent. He seems to know what he's talking about. He clearly is an expert in whatever he's discussing, and maybe he's great. So I am not gonna watch his longer videos. I don't have the time, and I don't watch long podcasts or videos. I'm pretty sure he's very competent, very good. And let's not start suddenly hero worshipping individuals. Also, I would say I'll caution people. See, the thing I'm noticing is that YouTube is promoting Professor Jiang, a Chinese expert. The Chinese expert, Professor Jiang, has made the prediction that the US will lose this war to Iran. The question is, why is an American platform, YouTube, promoting a Chinese expert who says America will lose the war? Something is fishy here. So I'll just say, be careful about believing everything you hear, and please don't hero worship any individuals. Right? Aries Manticore says, just to be clear, the Indian government is explicitly not going to use Chat GPT in any sensitive departments, but they have allowed very limited usage in less important departments. I don't agree with this either, for miscellaneous things. See, Google is setting up a $15 billion facility in, I think, Vishakhapatnam, AI. And from what I hear, Indian bureaucrats will be using ChatGPT. And there's going to be automatic scam detection, etc. Let's find out, right? Google Vishakhapatnam AI. Okay, so Vishakhapatnam AI. Google is establishing a massive AI hub in Vishakhapatnam. $15 billion, 1 gigawatt data centers campus in partnership with whatever. It'll create a lot of jobs, compute facility. Okay, what about Google and Google AI India bureaucracy scam detection? What was that? Okay. So Google has launched an AI-powered on-device scam detection in India to combat whatever. Where was that news about Indian bureaucracy, Indian bureaucrats? Yeah, here we have it. Look at this. Google is partnering with the Indian government to train 20 million civil servants, 20 million civil servants in AI as part of a civil service reskilling pledge to transform public administration. If Google is going to train 20 million civil servants, they will do it. Okay, let's not say ChatGPT, they'll do it on Gemini, which is another American AI, right? This collaboration between India and Google emphasizes AI applications in public services, such as agriculture and potentially in the judiciary and administrative sectors. Potentially judiciary and administrative sectors. Okay. So this is extremely concerning. Okay, it's not Chat GPT, it's Google's AI. Google's AI is called Gemini, right? I think. So it's the same thing. Very, 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 very concerning. Okay, Chirag Chetty says, in 6 months, Russia-Ukraine map could change. It could. It's possible, yes. Teen Talks says, before US acted like an empire, but now it's acting and being vocal about it. What changed? They're isolating themselves from every nation, and every nation is seeking alternatives. It's searching for alternatives. Times have changed. The Americans have realized they've allowed China to rise too high. And they are realizing, the Americans, that the so-called rules-based world order they created was actually being more beneficial for their adversaries and for nations that sought to rise, like India. So the Americans thus far had, until from 1945 all the way till 2022, have been very quiet about being a superpower, about being an empire. But now they've decided to reconfigure the world, and that's why they have got Trump in power, right man for the right time. And his job is to completely reshape the world order, reshape the world order. And that's why the Americans are not behaving totally differently. And this is going to continue. This is the new America. This is the new normal. They are now not just going to be an empire, they're going to act like an empire. And Donald Trump's minions like Pete Hegseth and whoever else, they're gonna acquire the personality of Donald Trump. In any team sport, the team acquires the personality of the captain. You will see that in cricket very often. So Trump is this very brash, arrogant, that sort of guy, right? Outspoken guy. So his minions are going to act just like him, whether it is Pete Hegseth, whether it is Scott Lutnick, Howard Lutnick, whoever else, yeah? Bipul Singh says, are we sure or is there a chance that India has robust missile and drone stockpiles? There is a chance India has robust cruise missile stockpiles. There's a chance India has a decent drone stockpile. I don't think India has 100,000 plus drones. I hope so. I hope I'm completely wrong, but I don't think so. How many BrahMos missiles does India have? Let's see what Google thinks. How many BrahMos missiles does India have? Official number is classified. So reports suggest between 1,200 to 1,500 active missiles. That is peanuts. In March 25, India approved the acquisition of 250, huge number of new longer range BrahMos missiles. The new production facility in Lucknow is designed to produce 80 to 100 missiles annually. That is again peanuts. That's why I'm skeptical about India having a big stockpile. What's the point of producing 100 missiles annually? Let's see. How many Shahed drones does Iran produce per month? Let's see. Iran produces 10,000 Shahed drones per month. Good God. That's the kind of scale India needs to look into. How many missiles does India produce? Iran, about 100 missiles per month. But we're talking about ballistic missiles. Okay? So my point is, India is very, very unambitious and very, very laggardly in this matters, and this needs to change. This needs to change. Yeah. Jagjit Midda says, Shimla agreement terms, pros and cons for India. I don't remember now. It's obsolete. We walked out of it, so it doesn't matter anymore. And I don't know why we needed to have the Shimla agreement with a defeated nation. So I don't remember the terms of the Shimla agreement anymore. What I remember is that it was never enforced. The Pakistanis never really abided by it. Putin says Tejas uses Israeli and US components. Atmanirbharta indeed. Well, even American aircraft use British components and other components. So it's impossible to have complete Atmanirbharta today. But you should strive to be as Atmanirbhar as possible. Even Chinese aircraft use foreign components. So yeah, you should strive to be Atmanirbhar. And I'm sure there's a long way to go for India. So we need to work on that. Uchiha Sasuke says, if overall game is to contain China, then why is China not acting anything? Also, why is Russia silent too? Impacts on India over long run. I mean, how many questions? What would you like China and Russia to do? Why is Russia silent? Should they verbally fight the Americans? No, keep quiet. The overall game is to contain China, I agree. Why is China not doing anything? China is going to wait out this war and see the impact of this. See how it goes. See, right now, Iran is doing pretty well. China is not panicking. Russia is not panicking. Iran is vital for both nations. Both China and Russia are quietly observing, which means that Iran is doing pretty well in this war thus far. If Iran starts doing poorly, Russia and China may get involved in this matter. The game is to acquire Iran's oil resources. That's the American game, so that they can deny it to China. So if that comes close to happening, the Russians and Chinese may get involved. Right now, Iran is doing well. That's why the Russians and Chinese are quiet. And they are also quietly helping Iran indirectly. Impacts on India over the long run. We'll have to see. The region has become unstable. The world is changing now. Oil becomes more precious. Oil becomes more scarce. One of the impacts on India in the long run is that India will have to depend more on Russian oil, which is a good thing. And that will bring India under American pressure because America wants India to behave the way they want us to do. Impacts we will see only once this war is decided. If Iran loses the war, then all the American focus and pressure will come on India to fully vassalize India. If Iran does not win the war, America will have way less leverage on India. And if Iran does not lose the war, then, well, India will have less of a chance of getting vassalized. So a lot of factors in play here. So the impact on India will be determined by the outcome of this war. If the Americans win, it's advantage the US and hugely disadvantageous to India. But if America is unable to defeat Iran, if Iran survives, then it's beneficial to India. Lovish Thind says, do you think our world is controlled by GUs? What's a GU? What's a GU? I have no idea what a GU is. What is a GU? GU full form. I have no idea what GU means, sir. It'll be good if you can put the whole thing so that I understand. AS says, should India make a drone like Shahed? Yes, India should. India has this Sheshnag drone, which is similar to Shahed. And maybe we are inducting that in some numbers. Let's see. Sheshnag drone. Sheshnag. So this is what? Indian version of kamikaze. Are we inducting this into the armed forces? Are we? Quiet entry into long-range drone warfare. Sheshnag drone on 50,000 kilometers and so on. So it looks like we are doing something about it, which is good. This is what it looks like, which obviously is quite similar to the Shahed drone. So yes, we have this drone. I mean, somebody has developed it, and we need to induct such drones into the military in large numbers, because this is the new way of doing warfare. Teen Talk says, you said Trump walked into a trap, but doesn't it mean that the deep state is not as smart as we think? Is it possible that there are some anti-Americans in it? I don't think that the deep state, see, I don't know who the deep state is, so I can't say if there are anti-Americans in it. Trump walked into a trap, but doesn't it mean the deep state is not as smart? Maybe the deep state is not as smart as we think. Or maybe Trump acted impulsively without consulting the deep state. Multiple possibilities. Maybe the deep state is Israel. And maybe the deep state and maybe Israel wanted this war no matter what. That's also a possibility. Who knows? Who knows? It's very clear, look, after Marco Rubio's statements, that Israel dragged the US into this war. So it's clear from Marco Rubio's statement that the US got dragged into the war by Israel, by Netanyahu. Right? So does it mean that the deep state is Israel itself, or it's Israelis? What is it? I see, without knowing what the deep state is, we can't really answer this question. Ankit Mishra says Modi visited Israel right before the attack. Looks like we have unofficially chosen a side. I said on day one we have chosen a side. Day one. I said this last Saturday. We have chosen a side. Okay, given where we are headed, do you foresee India making a tough call on relations with Russia 4 to 5 years from now? I What do I think? What do I foresee? So Mr. Modi did visit Israel right before the attack, and then day after his visit, there was the attack on Iran, and we clearly chose a side, at least verbally, right? Mr. Modi did not give any condolences or even state or even acknowledge the assassination of the Supreme Leader Khomeini. And Mr. Modi, through his tweets, condemned the violation of territorial sovereignty of the Gulf nations, obviously without naming Iran, but Iran. So verbally, at least, India chose a side. Now, we're not materially choosing a side. We are not giving American warships access to our ports, and we are not participating in the war. So unofficially, I mean, verbally, we chose a side, but after that, we kind of recalibrated. The Indian Foreign Secretary went to the embassy of Iran and signed the book expressing condolences on behalf of the government of India over the assassination of Mr. Khamenei. So we are kind of rebalancing now. We are also giving shelter to an Iranian warship in Kochi, which again will not please the Americans. They would like to destroy all Iranian warships, but we are safeguarding it, right? So we have verbally chosen a side, but through our actions, we are still, you could say, neutral. But overall, I have said that there's a high chance that India will become vassalized by the United States uh, over the next 5 years. There's a high chance, not 100% certain, but high chance. So if we get vassalized by the Americans over the next 5 years, we will make the tough call over Russia and distance ourselves from Russia. In that case, I hope that case doesn't happen, of course. Rikin Jain says, "What's your reason for retesting Arvind on X's psyops? I've been following him, though his theories are far-fetched, but all of his tweets seem pro-India and the national or in the national interest. So even those tweets of his in which he advocates that we should purchase we should purchase oil from the Americans. Do you think even that is in the national interest? See, we have to be very careful about these matters. We have to be really, really careful. Give me a second or two. Let me look into this. Can I find this guy's tweets? Um, Give me a second, okay? I'm digging into it. I'm sure I'll be able to find something. Is my browser working? Looks my browser is frozen. Okay, my point is, I have seen the guy making tweets that are subtly pro-US that say that we should purchase American oil and that sort of thing, which clearly is not in the national interest. Am I able to find it? Probably not. Okay. So yeah, my point is I have been observing this account. Now I don't remember exactly all the data points that came into my mind that I observed. My point is be careful. Okay. DR MPC says not Vad, it was Avara Musafir podcast. Okay. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so DRMPC says it was not Vad, it was Avara Musafir podcast. Could you tell us what's your proof for the claim of threatening by US? About what? I don't remember what your original question was from 1 hour ago. Okay, so you are asking half the question earlier, half now. You are assuming that I'll be able to remember what you asked me. I've taken like 50 questions after that. I don't remember what your question was. Something you said Vad and it was not Vad, but what was the question? I can't recall. I can't recall. Could you tell us what's your proof for the claim of threatening by US? About what? About what? About AI? Sorry, no context. Suraj Singh says, CM change in Bihar, what's happening internally? I have zero understanding of Indian politics. And even if I have an understanding, I don't discuss it. Aries Manticore says, is this war weakening direct US presence in the Middle East? With so much destroyed, the US must be facing billions in loss. They may be facing a bit of what the EU felt during the Russia-Ukraine war. Still, the US will control Middle East always. So, is this war threatening direct US presence in the Middle East? What is the US presence in the Middle East based on? It's based on the American military bases in the Middle East. Okay? Now, if Iran destroys those, the US can't have a presence there. Where will you keep the warships, the helicopters, the aircraft, the thousands of armed personnel? Where will you keep them? You will need radars for defending these air bases. What if the radars are destroyed? So most likely the Iranians have severely degraded or possibly completely destroyed most of the American military infrastructure and bases in the Middle East. Okay? That's not billions in loss. That's trillions in loss. So that is going to put the American presence in the Middle East on very shaky ground. The Americans won't be able to have a continuing long-term presence there if the bases are gone. Yeah. So yes, they are facing a bit of what the EU felt during the Russia-Ukraine war. Depletion of resources and much more. Still, the US will control Middle East always. We'll see. We'll see about that. Regular everyday MF says, true reason for this war: economic reset, aliens, AI push. Thanks. The true reason for this war is to take control of Iran's oil resources so that you can deny China the Iranian oil on demand if required. So let's say tomorrow morning China decides to invade Taiwan. If the US controls Iran's oil, it can stop everything that's being exported to China. So suddenly China faces an energy shortage because 15 to 20% of Chinese oil comes from Iran. In the Americans already control other countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, Nigeria, Indonesia, and so on and so forth. The Americans can force all these nations to stop selling oil to China. Then China is in a tremendous crisis. That's the reason. Anshu Jain says, can India be considered a superpower in diplomacy? No. You are a superpower in diplomacy only if you are a genuine superpower. Okay? So India is not to be considered a superpower anywhere, please. Shivam says, the Iranian ship Lavan is in Kochi. What does that tell us? If there had been even one US ship in India, many would have called India a vassal of the US. Yes, correct. If there was even one American ship in India, it would mean that India has taken a very big decision. And that's why it would be right to perhaps start wondering whether India has now become a vassal of the US. But the Iranian ship Lavan is in Kochi. What does it tell us? Does it perhaps tell us that India is a vassal of Iran? No. It tells us that India is sending a message to the US that we will act independently of you. You don't get to tell us what we can do and what we can't do. We have an independent relationship with Iran, which is independent of our relationship with the US. And if an Iranian ship needs our help, then we will give it their help. So it's what it tells us is that India is sending a strong message to the US, not through words, but through actions. Okay. Santosh Kiran, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much indeed. The Priyavrat says, मेरी इच्छा है कि भारत में पुनः राजतंत्र हो जाए. जय हिंद. I hope कि आपकी इच्छा comes true in a good way. Aris Manticore says, India giving the Lavan refuge could be a silent message. Exactly like I said, this is a message to the US. It's a message to the US without words, but through actions. See, actions matter, words don't matter. In this case, India is not saying a single word, but it's taking action, and that action sends a message to the US, right? Tanmay Deshpande says, in the Iris Dina incident, is it the Sri Lankan government who got bullied, if anyone was bullied, because they waited 11 hours for permit? Also, we let Iris Lavan dock. It's possible the Americans may have arm twisted the Sri Lankans, may have bullied the Sri Lankans, and prevented the Sri Lankans from giving permission to the Iris Dina to dock in Galle. It's very possible. I'm not saying it's likely. It's possible, because the Iranians requested Sri Lanka to give them access to the port, and the Sri Lankans did not say yes or no for 11 hours. And those 11 hours is what the American submarine needed to make its way all the way to this part of Sri Lanka, south of Sri Lanka, and torpedo the ship. So it gave the Americans time to destroy the Iranian ship. So is it a coincidence, or were the Sri Lankans bullied by the Americans into doing this? I think it's possible the Sri Lankans may have been bullied by the Americans. And the US is just too powerful, right? Sri Lanka, what is it compared to the US? So if the Americans insist, the Sri Lankans have to agree, I suppose. Grove Street Hobby says, if the US wins, do they attack India next, or other ways? If the US is able to achieve its objectives in Iran, which are Israel's objectives, which is regime change now. So if the US wins, what happens? They will train their full force on India next, not militarily. Not militarily, diplomatically, economically, and so on. They will essentially force India to become an American vassal. And they will seek to perhaps balkanize India. So it won't be a military offensive on India. It won't be a military attack on India at all. There are other ways of defeating a nation. The Americans tried everything against Iran, right? They tried diplomatic isolation. They tried sanctions. They tried everything. And when nothing worked, they've taken the military option. So in the case of India, they will take all the other options. And most likely it will work if they are able to defeat Iran. Hopefully not, but yeah. Santosh Kiran says, AIPAC's goals of Middle East dominance and Epstein accused aligning them together, giving fuel to this war. Your thoughts? AIPAC is American politics. What is AIPAC's full form? Let me quickly take a look. America, Israel, something. AIPAC. American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Powerful bipartisan US lobbying group founded in 1954 that advocates for strong US-Israel relations. And it is a bipartisan group, which means both parties are involved, Republicans and Democrats. AIPAC's goals of Middle Eastern dominance, those are Israel's goals of Middle Eastern dominance. Israel allegedly has this objective of creating a greater Israel. That's what some people allege. I don't know how true it is or not. But Israel seeks to be the most dominant nation in the Middle East. And yeah, the whole region overall, right? So that's Israel's goals. Epstein accused aligning together. Well, many people have been accused of being involved with Epstein, and those accusations are based on the revelations, the Epstein files. And Donald Trump figures prominently in that. Donald Trump figures in the Epstein files in the most disgusting way possible. Yeah. And maybe that gives certain people leverage over Donald Trump, because maybe there's more to be released. And maybe that's why the US got forced into the war by Israel. It's possible. I think it's all possible, but we don't have any proof. Om Naik says, cause Iran's toughness affect Bharat's sovereignty. Well, if that cause produces that effect, then I am all for it. But Bharat should learn the lessons of this war, and toughen itself up, right? Liviesk says, worried Israel will ditch US and make India its new host, and our sovereignty will be lost. At least Modi did not go to the Wailing Wall. I hmm. So the implication is that the US is an Israeli vassal. Maybe, maybe, maybe Israel is the most powerful nation in the world from that perspective. Now the question is, why would the Israelis ditch the US in case the Americans are their vassal? When you have the world's most powerful empire that's your vassal, hypothetically, why would you ditch that and go to India? So it's not either or, it's and. So in case Israel is that sort of nation, hypothetically, that it has vassalized the US, then it may seek to vassalize India also, not replace the US with India. It'll say, why not both? Hypothetically. Okay. Pratardana says quality has a quantity of its own. That's all. Quality has a quantity of its own. Russian weapons case, apparently we can make Indianized upgraded Sukhoi 30s and send it to Armenia. Why not do it for ourselves? Yeah, it seems that India is close to selling a certain number of Sukhoi 30s to Armenia. Now, we know that India has a shortfall of fighter planes. We need at least, like, I don't know, 300 more fighter planes. So why not build 300 Sukhois for ourselves? That's the question. I think the answer is a little complicated. How so? How so? We require certain numbers of certain types of aircraft. The Sukhoi 30 MKI is a super heavy fighter plane. It's like massive. It's like it dwarfs the Tejas. Huge, heavy fighter plane. And it's used typically for long range penetration missions, not for interceptions. For interceptions, you need a lighter aircraft fighter interceptor. Rafale is a multi-role aircraft which can do interception, which can also do long-range missions. So I think the rules and the requirements are such that we can't use only Sukhois for that. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. If we don't have the certain kinds of aircraft and we need a certain number of aircraft, why not build 300 Sukhois? So even I'm not sure why we are not doing that. At least build 100 more. 100 more brand new Sukhois with more enhancements, India specific enhancements. I don't know. I don't know. Pratardana says, I never thought Iran would destroy so many US bases. Well, everyone's been caught unawares. This war has shocked the world. I mean, some of you may recall, in 1991, you may not have been alive then, but you may have seen the footage. In 1991, when the Americans launched the first war on Iraq, Saddam Hussein's Iraq, they broadcast it live telecast of the American bombing, carpet bombing of Baghdad and whatnot. CNN used to show it live. Night vision, and the Iraqi tracer rounds and shells trying to hit the American aircraft, but they are carpet bombing the city with impunity. So the Americans were live streaming, live broadcasting everything. How come they are not live? And the Americans are all about American glory and all, right? That we can destroy everybody and let's showcase it to the world. So if that's the case, why are they not live streaming and live broadcasting what they're doing in Iran right now? Because things are not going their way. So yeah, it's one must say, well played, Iran, thus far. Yeah, they have shocked the world. They've shocked the Americans. Looks like they have essentially, caused significant destruction to, or if not completely destroyed, the American bases in the region. Yeah. So lessons that India needs to learn from this. I'm not saying India should fight the US. I'm just saying India should learn the lessons for any future war with anybody. Anshu Jain says, what can be the reason of India government not privatizing Hindustan HUL? What is HUL? Hindustan Utilities Limited, HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. I have no idea. I don't know. No idea. Priyavrat says, I build AI servers in the US. We use NVIDIA's Blackwell GPUs. Where does India's GPU come from to build GPU node AI servers? Are we using NVIDIA or AMD GPUs? That's not tech sovereign. I don't know where it comes from, but it's definitely not Indian GPUs. Probably NVIDIA, I suppose. Yeah, I think it's probably NVIDIA. Um, India is not technologically sovereign. India is the techno. See, if you have see each element of sovereignty, we can give it a score between 1 and 0, like economic sovereignty, territorial sovereignty, so on and so forth. So, in technological sovereignty, India would have a score close to 0.1 or 0.2 at most, where 1.0 is full sovereignty. The US is close to 1.0. Some of its technology comes from other countries, but it is countries that the US controls. So that's why I would say the US has a technological sovereignty score of 1.0. China would be around zero point 0.8, maybe even 0.85. China also depends on, for example, it depends on uh, ASML's photolithography machines for semiconductor manufacturing, all that, for chip manufacturing. So China is, despite that, I would say China would have a technological sovereignty score of 0.85. Russia would be close to zero point 0.8 or something. India is 0.1 or 0.2 at most. India is not technologically sovereign. So India's GPUs come from the US or from Taiwan. Okay. Now India is taking its own steps in setting up semiconductor manufacturing, which eventually at some point in time will produce indigenous Indian GPUs. But right now we are far from doing that. Yeah. So I don't know which specific GPUs India is using, but they are definitely NVIDIA or whatever, perhaps AMD, not Indian. Ayush Goyal says, don't know if you have covered this before, but why does the US support Israel so much? Is it just lobbying or it's US plan to control the Middle East? Well, Israel has a lot of influence in the US. They have AIPSC, which is a bipartisan lobbying group in which you have members of politicians from both parties in the US. Uh, you have Jewish American politicians who are extremely influential, extremely powerful on both sides of the aisle, right? So that's one of the reasons why the US supports Israel so much, because so many of the most powerful politicians are Jewish. And the Jewish people, their homeland, religious, ethnic, spiritual homeland is obviously Israel. So these are perhaps the reasons why the US supports Israel so much. It's not about controlling the Middle East, it's about supporting Israel. And of course, if you have an ally in Israel, then you can certainly control the Middle East, because Israel is the most powerful nation in the region. Well, was thought to be the most powerful nation in the region. It still is, considering its nuclear capabilities. Golibar says, we need to keep an eye on Nepal. Balin Shah is set to become PM. He's either extremely nationalistic for Nepal or US ally. If he's backed by the US, then we have US third proxy, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal. Balin Shah is most likely a US asset. Okay. And he could become the PM, right? He is a what, blogger, something like that. And suddenly he's like the top politician. He is a US asset. Okay. So if he becomes PM, which seems likely, then we will have three proxies, American proxies, in our backyard. Like I said, it's a strategy of containment and encirclement by the US. Tejas Shirgaonkar says, why do Americans openly tweet about influencing India if vassal control works best unseen? Won't that alert us Indians more to put pressure on our government? When you are so confident that you're going to succeed no matter what happens, you tweet about it openly. It's hubris. It's arrogance. When you believe that your target has no choice, there is no chance, and when you're just convinced that you have overwhelming superiority, then you will display this arrogance on Twitter. Yeah. I mean, you can see the way the Americans communicate and tweet about India. And whether it's done openly or not, most Indians, even if it's done openly, will not understand what's happening. Because most Indians aren't on Twitter, first of all. Right? So when the Americans tweet about this, especially American decision makers, policy makers, politicians, officials, they're not tweeting to us. They're tweeting to their own public. It's political messaging for back home. And most Indians aren't on Twitter. And those Indians who are on Twitter also won't understand this. See, Indians don't think critically. So that's why it gives other nations an advantage. Abe says, Foreign Minister, Indian Ocean isn't just regional, a major shift. I have no idea what the Foreign Minister said. Let's find out. Jaishankar, Indian Ocean isn't just regional. What's that? India's rise will be determined by its own strength. Statements are statements and fine. What is this? Indian Ocean isn't a regional only club. Okay, let's see this. That's the statement I think you're referring to. So what is the statement? Oh God, no. Let's mute that. Okay, it's muted. Can I pause this, please? Yeah, thank you. Foreign Minister Jaishankar said that the Indian Ocean isn't a regional only club. The US, based on Diego Garcia for 50 plus years, proves extra regional powers belong in the Indian Ocean. It's a global arena, not a private pond. And this Desi Thug person says this is a brutal slam of the social media warriors. No, it is an acknowledgement for the first time of India's weakness. So when Jaishankar says this, what does it mean? It means that it is not India's backyard. It is not only for regional players like India. Even the Americans have a presence here, and they have it for 50 years. So those of you who are claiming that it's India's strategic backyard, you are wrong. So it is a U-turn by India. India had this famous slogan until like last week, I think, that the Indian Ocean is our strategic backyard. Now the foreign minister is saying it's not our strategic backyard. It's a global club. It's a global player's place. So India is kind of ceding space in the Indian Ocean. And India is now saying that we are not powerful enough to dominate the Indian Ocean. We will only do coastal defense, essentially. Not exactly that, maybe be more than that, but it's an acknowledgement that the Indian Ocean is not our exclusive strategic backyard. The US is more powerful than India in our own neighborhood, it means, right? Yeah. Ankita Kachap says, good evening, ma'am. Do you see anyone emerging as a winner of this ongoing war, supposing that nukes won't be used? So, good question. Winner. So, the word winner depends on victory. And victory, we have to understand that everybody has a different definition of victory. For the US, victory will mean a regime change in Iran. I mean, Trump has been flip-flopping on this matter. On day one, Trump said that they seek regime change, and he called upon the people of Iran to be ready to take over the government. Then 3 days later, he says, no, the goalposts have shifted, and we only seek the demilitarization of Iran and the denuclearization of Iran. So goalposts changed. Now Trump says that he is funding and supporting Kurdish militias to fight Iran, which once again means regime change is back on the cards. So for the US, victory will mean regime change in Tehran. For Israel, victory will mean regime change in Tehran. For Iran, victory will mean survival. So if Iran is still surviving by the time the war ends, Iran will say we have won. And if Iran survives till the end of the war, even if the US has not been defeated militarily as such, they have lost the military campaign. They've failed to achieve their objectives. And so same for Israel. So what do I see happening? I would put my money, if I was a betting person, which I'm not, but if I was a betting person, I would put my money on Iran surviving. Even if nukes are used, Iran will survive. Even if the Israelis or Americans nuke Iran, let's say they drop 10 nukes on Iran, Iran will still fight. They will not stop fighting the way the Japanese surrendered. Iran won't stop fighting. They'll fight in the fields, they'll fight in the streets, they'll fight on the beaches, they'll fight everywhere. Kind of like what Winston Churchill said, that sort of thing. So if I was a betting person, which I'm not, but if I was, my money would be on Iran. I see Iran emerging as the survivor and winner, which doesn't mean it's a military defeat for the US, but it's a failure of the military campaign. In Israel, we don't know. Israel could end up taking immense damage. Chetan says, why after 1,000 years of foreign invasions, occupation, colonization, Indians are so ignorant about foreign threats even today? How many years still required to learn? Why are Indians ignorant about these matters? Because our education system doesn't teach us these matters. As simple as that. You spend how many years in school and college? You start at the age of, let's say, 5 or 4, let's say 4. And you go on until the age of 22 or something, if you finish college. No, if you finish college, let's say it's 15, 17 years in education. Shouldn't you be taught about these matters? Shouldn't you be taught what the national interest is? Shouldn't you be taught your real history? Shouldn't you be taught the lessons that we should learn from our history? We are taught none of these things. We are taught lies. So why are Indians like this, so ignorant? I don't blame our people for this. It's not their fault. It's not their fault. Let's not get upset with our people. It's the education system that has done this to them. That is the simple answer. Education system. Putin says, is Iran indirectly smacking American weapon lobby in India? Indirect effects can be all kinds of effects, but Iran is only doing one thing. It's trying to survive. That's all Iran is trying to do. It's trying to survive. Indirectly smacking American weapons lobby. Well, American weapons, they're fine. We're not buying American Patriot interceptor missiles, right? Those make no sense for India. I'm sure their weapons are still good, right? So this is not a failure of the US weapons that we are seeing. This is a failure of America's strategic foresight. It's America's strategy that is wrong. In India, America's war-fighting doctrine that is outdated. That's the failure. Rushabh Mane says, Gulf Iran funds radicals in India. Their economic decline will reduce this funding. Our expats can find work in EU, Australia, USA for remittance thoughts. There are various Gulf nations, I will refrain from taking their names, who fund radicalism in India. Does Iran fund radicalism? I suppose there could be some funding coming from Iran into Shia activities in India. But did the Iranians ever fund terrorism in India or radicalization in India? I doubt it. I haven't seen any evidence of that. I could be wrong, obviously. Gulf nations, we know that. They have funded, some of them have funded radicalization, terrorism indirectly, etc. in India. I don't think Iran has ever funded terrorism, anti-India terrorism anywhere. Radicalization, I'm not sure. So the economic decline of the Gulf nations will reduce this funding to India. Yes, I agree. Or expats can find work in wherever for remittance. My question is, why do we need to depend on remittances? It's like living the life of a beggar, right? Why do we need Indians to be expatriates? You can be expats for pleasure. Sure, I want to travel the world. I'll be an expat. That's fine. But our expats are economic migrants. They're economic refugees. Why can't we make India better so that nobody has to become an economic refugee? You can become an expat only if you feel like traveling and wandering the world. So that's a different story. But my point is, Gulf decline, the decline of Gulf nations, economic decline, could certainly reduce funding to extremists and other radicals in India. Sure. VS, oh, good to see you, sir. How are you? I'm good. How are you too? I hope you're doing great. Jai Shri Ram to you, sir, as well. Thank you. The posture says, "Good evening. Good evening. Do you think it's in our interest if Pakistan gets involved in a war with Iran? Iran may possibly vanish military bases of Pakistan in a week. Look, if Pakistan gets involved with Iran, so I'll tell you what. Iran is fighting a multiple front war. In India, we worry about fighting a two front war with China and Pakistan, and maybe 2.5 front war because we have issues within India. So we worry about a two front or 2.5 front war. Iran is fighting a clear two front war at least, US and Israel. But Iran is also targeting other nations from where the various American military bases are based. So Iran is fighting like essentially a 7, 8, 9 front war right now. And if Pakistan gets involved in it, it's going to be a 10 front war perhaps. The odds will be stacked up against Iran in that case. Because Pakistan, whether you like it or not, has a professional military, well-funded military. The nation of Pakistan is bankrupt, but the military is reasonably well-funded. So it will be bad for Iran. But who knows? Iran may be able to vanquish Pakistan too, in which case it is good for us. So look, if Pakistan takes damage, it's good for us. Pakistan is a terrorist nation which doesn't deserve to exist actually. So if Pakistan takes damage, it will be good for us. So for example, if the Pakistanis start hosting American warships in Karachi or Gwadar, maybe the Iranians will take out Gwadar and Karachi ports. That will be good for us. So overall, yeah, if our enemy gets involved in a war, it's good for us. VSVS says, humble request to ban Achiever and Ajay. They are calling us Vasal Guru, which is disrespect or a critique. See, I am answering questions right now. I don't think my moderator is online today. So, yeah, right now I cannot in real time go and look for these people. What's the names? Achiever and Ajay. I can quickly try and see who these individuals are. I see there are hundreds of messages. It's physically impossible for me to look into that, and then I'll waste time and not be able to answer questions. So maybe I can ban those people later if they are being nasty. But right now I'm going to have to keep answering questions. I can't look at the live chat and yeah. Anyway, thank you for letting me know. I'll look into this later. I can even do it later. Don't worry. Golibar says, given the stakes in public office like MEA, I believe ministers whose immediate family is primarily settled abroad may face potential vulnerabilities to external pressure, even if that risk doesn't materialize in every case. I completely agree with you. The Chinese have a very clear policy, right? They have categorized Chinese officials whose families are settled abroad. They've categorized them as naked officials. And they've said that you either bring your families back or resign. Or not resign, be thrown out, be expelled from their post. That is a prudent course of action. Now in India, every Tom, Dick and Harry official, whether it's a bureaucrat or whoever else, they have children studying abroad. They have children with foreign passports, family settled abroad, which means that they believe rightfully that their entire family's future lies outside the country. Then why are you serving this country then? Pretending to serve the country, right? When your family is settled abroad, it means your future lies there, which means your allegiance most likely lies there. So India needs to look into this very carefully. Okay, it's a real issue. It's a real issue. Can the government of India do something about this? They should. Yeah. Phoenix Music says, you say Professor Jiang is interesting, but at times I think you are interesting. Haha. Okay. Thank you. Thoughts about his theory of Pax Judaica. Will Iran go for Zoroastrianism? I am not aware of his theory of Pax Judaica. I haven't watched his videos, so I can't say. I was not aware that he had a theory of Pax Judaica. I've seen one or two of his shorter clips, like 8-10 minutes or something. What was about? I don't remember what it was about. So clearly he's an interesting guy. He's competent. He knows what he's talking about. He's not clueless like many people are, like many experts are. He is clearly very competent and therefore interesting. But I'm not aware of his theory of Pax Judaica. Will Iran go for Zoroastrianism? If Iran does not lose this war, which means Iran survives, then Iran will not go for Zoroastrianism. It will remain as a Shia nation. Shia nation. If Iran loses the war, which means the Americans win and achieve a regime change in Iran, then the Americans will flood Iran with Christian missionaries, in which case Iran will in the next few decades become a Christian nation. So either this way or that way, Iran is not going for Zoroastrianism. That's how I see it going. Vikram says Christianity is declining in the West. Why aren't they trying to fix it there instead of trying to spread it in India, Africa, etc.? The Western world is now geared towards atheism, transhumanism, all those things. They worship technology, they worship logic, etc. And they are moving away from religion gradually. Or significantly, it's already happened, right? Most people, I would imagine, in Western Europe don't identify as religious. Most people are atheists. The Pope is irrelevant today in Western Europe. Possibly I don't know about the US. He's American, right? This Pope, the current Pope. So the US is the last large country, large first world Western country where Christianity is still relevant to some extent. So why aren't they trying to fix it? Because, like I said, they are moving towards atheism and all that. And they don't see Christianity as being too relevant now. They don't see Christianity as being capable of being a political religion that can control the people. Because now people know about Christianity. People know the game that was played by the popes and all that. They understand now that Christianity isn't what it has claimed to be. They understand how Christianity was used to subjugate and control the people of Europe for close to 1,000 years. So people in the West are now aware. They're awake, woke, and that's why they are no longer interested in Christianity. But Christianity has to survive somehow. So go after the backward third world countries. That's where they will keep it relevant, so that they can still control a major portion of humanity. That's the deal. Suryaputra Mahavir Karna says, how to build insight like yours to impact history. You build up insights by through study. You don't spend years studying things to have real insights. You can get started in a field, in a topic, through podcasts. But a podcast will not make you an expert in anything. So let's say you read 50 books as opposed to read 50. Let's say one person reads 50 books, and let's say one person consumes 500 podcasts. The person who reads 50 books will be far ahead of the person who consumes 500 podcasts. Because reading is a whole different mental activity. So how do you build insights? You build insights by reading, by studying diligently. Okay? So do get your inspiration from podcasts, from Ask Abhijit, from other people as well. But if you want to build real insights, deep insights, original insights, you have to study. You have to read. You also have to write. After reading, write down your own thoughts. That's how you build original insights. That's what you do. Mihir says, yes, India's performance. You can search up JP Morgan PMI index. The link by JP Morgan AM, it's a graphic. The general expansion is a good sign. Let's see. Okay. JP Morgan PMI index. Let's see. Is this the one? Let's see. Let's go in there. The link by JP Morgan. This is SPG Global, not this one. This one. Okay, let's see. Okay. Global Purchasing Managers Index, PMI for manufacturing. Okay, so let's see where India stands in all this. So India is essentially all green since in the 2020s, all green. The Eurozone is getting red and then yellow. France is red, Germany is red, recession. Spain is doing okay. Switzerland is doing fine, but it's tiny. Good for them. UK is doing okay, I suppose. No, they're doing terribly. I'm sorry, Switzerland is all red. Sweden is green. Greece is green. Good for them. Good for them. Spain is doing okay. Switzerland is red. That's bad. US is doing okayish. Japan is all never good these days. Indonesia doesn't. Korea doesn't seem to be doing too well. But look at India. It's all green, right? A score of 50 indicates that economic activity is either expanding, neither expanding nor contracting. Above 50 indicates expansion. Below 50 indicates contraction. So India is 55 and 55.4. 2026 December to January. So India is constantly and consistently expanding. That's the general expansion is a good sign. I completely agree with you here. Outstanding. Yeah, completely agree with you. Yep. Okay. Right angle says Indian Navy has 0 MCMVs, other nations have 40. What's the MCMV? Let's see quickly. MCMV. Mine countermeasures vessel. Good God, we don't have any. Well, mines typically are super effective in choke points, geographic choke points like Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Malacca, etc., Suez. We don't have any major such choke points in our region. Malacca, of course, extended region where Malacca, Bab el-Mandeb, and Hormuz. But mines are still a concern. And why don't we have mine clear countermeasures vessels? I have no idea. That's terrible. Nirmal says, I am new here. Why is Israel sovereign? They are dependent on the US. No, they are not dependent on the US. They are dependent on the US, but I still consider them to be sovereign because the US gives them unconditional support no matter what happens. When you have the unconditional support of the superpower, you are not sovereign, you are super sovereign. Okay? Apart from that, they have territorial sovereignty, they have economic sovereignty, they have military sovereignty. Technologically also, they're pretty sovereign. Maybe not 100%, but overall pretty sovereign. And I don't consider technological sovereignty thus far into my formula, my equation for sovereignty. And they have the unconditional support of the US. I mean, what else do you need? So that's why they're super sovereign, actually. VSV says, Achiever DJ7 says, you are funded by Adani and Bhim Gita domain expansion. I have no idea what that means. I am not funded. I wish. I am funded by nobody. Okay? I'm entirely self-funded. Vikram says, okay, Vikram. Thank you very much, Vikram. Thank you so much, very much indeed. Animish Bhartiya has gifted 10 memberships of this channel to 10 people. Thank you so much, Animish. It's very kind of you, very generous of you. I thank you on behalf of each person who received the membership. Thank you. The posture says, YouTube acting weird. It doesn't give notification of your live stream despite me subscribing to your live stream today morning. You should host somewhere else. Well, YouTube has been acting weird for quite some time when it comes to my channel. I get this all the time. People don't get notifications even though they have signed up for notifications. And so much more. I mean, my subscriber count has been stuck between 249 and 251. What's it right now? It's 952. So for a year and a half, it was 949. People were getting automatically unsubscribed. I've even heard that people are not able to comment. So what can I say? I should host somewhere else. Well, YouTube is the place where everybody comes to watch, right? I can set up my own OTT or something, but who will come and watch? The place where everybody gathers, that's where you should do your thing. So YouTube is the place where one can do that. I can host it somewhere else, but nobody will be there. Nobody will come there. VSVS has gifted 10 memberships of the channel. Thank you very much, VSVS sir or ma'am. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I thank you on behalf of each person who has received the memberships. Thank you. Right Angle says P75I project signed in 2002 but not completed thus far. My views is that it's extremely frustrating and disappointing. Very disappointing. The submarine project, very disappointing. Oro Dash says E100 EV hydrogen petrol pressure on government. I have no idea. I'm not keeping track on this. Electric vehicles, hydrogen down, petrol pressure on government. I don't know really. Sergeant Skyland says, is our sovereignty compromised? Yes. If you have 50 million to 100 million Bangladeshis in your territory, are you really sovereign? A sovereign nation is a nation that does not allow or tolerate criminals, illegal immigrants. What if you have 50 million illegal immigrants, or 100 million, or 30 million? Even then, your sovereignty is under huge question. If you can't keep illegals out, it means you're not really sovereign. That's just one data point. Sovereignty compromised. Look at Manipur. Does the Indian government control 50% of Manipur? Big question mark there once again. Once again, foreigners squatting on Indian territory. Right? And there's more. Right? Technologically, we are a non-sovereign nation. If the Indian government allows Google AI to underpin the bureaucracy, well, once again, so loss of sovereignty. So sovereignty is definitely kind of compromised right now. We need to work on this. Rahul says, your thoughts on new union territory being planned? I've heard something in the vicinity of Bengal, perhaps, but I'm not sure about what exactly the deal is, so I will refrain from commenting about that, because I'm not sure what it is. Right Angle says, does we outsourced our AI? Do you use mapplemap.exp? I don't know what MappleMap is, so I don't use that. Do we outsource our AI? We should not outsource AI. We should have our own sovereign AI models. We should have our own sovereign AI models. Dhruv says, war impact on Indian people. I run AI agency for foreign clients. I don't think your business will be impacted. You run an AI agency for foreign clients, right? The war is not going to impact that. The war is going to impact the Indian person in the sense that if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for a longer time, then the price of oil will shoot up significantly, maybe $150 per barrel. If oil is expensive, petrol and everything, diesel is expensive, which makes transportation expensive, which means all your goods, vegetables, tomatoes, potatoes, onions, their price will rise. The price of everything rises. The price of home delivery rises. The price of restaurant food rises. The price of all commodities rise. So that's hardship for the people, right? So that's the kind of impact it's going to have on the common person, not just in India, but across the world, if this continues, and it seems likely to continue. Apart from that, for India, that doesn't seem to be much of any other kind of effect, thus far at least. And for foreign clients, so your business in the short to medium term, I don't see much of an impact. Okay. Varun Bajaj says, India buying German submarines. My thoughts. We need to stop buying things and start manufacturing things. I mean, it's fine that we are buying. We want to have a menagerie of different kinds of things. Like we have like 17 different fighter aircraft, and we should now have 23 different kinds of submarines. Is it like that? I mean, looks like that's what we're trying to achieve. We already had a production line for the Scorpion submarines, right? Why did we discontinue that? Was there some issue with the Scorpions? There was some issue somewhere. Some French military person leaked some data about the Scorpions. Is that why we did not continue with more Scorpions? Now German submarines. I mean, Germany is the US vassal. Let me be very explicit about that. Is it? I mean, I understand buying French submarines. The French are quasi sovereign, but the Germans are outright American vassals, 100% vassals. Why buy German submarines? Are they that good? If that's the case, why not buy the Swedish Gotland class? Those are brilliant. So we need to make everything ourselves. We have to be Atmanirbhar in these matters, and that's why it is overall. Ritik says our MEA is following Aravind on X. I wonder why. Well, that is interesting. Let's see. Do I have something? Where could I find this? Okay, let's give me a second. Okay, let's open a new instance of Google and let's try and find this out. Our MEA is following Aravind on X. MEA India Twitter. Let's see how many handles are being followed. 221. Let's see. Good God. They're following Aravind. Well. I also wonder why. That's all I can say. I wonder why. What? Seriously? Following an anonymous account? Okay. Struggler says, what if the US or Israel attack the ship in Kochi? The Israelis don't have the capability to do that. The Americans have the capability to do that, but that is a declaration of war against India. Attacking a ship in an Indian port is essentially a declaration of war. I don't think the US will do that. If the US does that, India it guarantees India will not become an American vassal. Because it's politically disastrous for India to align with the US after the US does such a thing. So it's not going to happen in the first place. VSVS says, is Lal Bahadur the great Shastriji underrated as a prime minister? Also, don't you think AM Modi is truly Batman as PM Modi? AM Modi is truly Batman as PM Modi. Okay, the joke I'll take later. Lal Bahadur Shastri underrated as a prime minister. Well, we won the 1965 war while Mr. Shastri was prime minister. Right? I think so. Lal Bahadur Shastri died in which year? Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's see. Lal Bahadur Shastri. He died in 1966. So yes, he was the prime minister in 1965 when the war happened. I haven't studied his life history in great detail or something, so I don't know much about him. Yeah, we don't really talk about Mr. Shastri as prime minister. I don't know whether he's underrated. So can't say sorry. Don't you think AM Modi is truly Batman as PM Modi? I don't know what Batman is, but AM Modi, PM Modi, interesting, funny. But Tani says, just check, the Chinese have banned USAI. Of course, it makes sense for them to ban USAI. It makes sense for them to do that. Any self-respecting sovereign nation will do that. Right? VSVS says, sir, protect your friend Abhijit Iyer Oraji from anti-gay hate in my chat. Oh, really? Why is there anti-gay hate? Let's refrain from doing such things, yeah? We should not discriminate based on things like that, sexual orientation or whatever. A good person is a good person, irrespective of whatever they do. Okay. Swami says, consequences if the US puts boots on the ground in Iran. Iran loses? No, US loses. Saddam Hussein tried to put boots on the ground. He was not far away from Iran. He was right next door. His army was able to advance 50 kilometers. And then they got stuck for 10 years. Boots on the ground in Iran is suicidal. I'll show you why. It's suicidal. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll show you why it's suicidal. Iran is a fortress. Let's go. Instead of going to the map of Iran, I'm going to show you a different kind of map of Iran, a non-interactive map of Iran. This is Iran. Iran is mountains, mountains, mountains everywhere. Okay, it's protected on all sides by mountains. It is like Afghanistan plus plus. Why do the Afghanistans always successfully fight foreign invaders? Because Afghanistan is a mountainous country, and the defenders of Afghanistan can hide out in the mountains and keep fighting forever. Now look at Iran. If the Americans try to put boots on the ground, it's going to be suicidal for them. Iran is a fortress. It can be defended indefinitely. Consequences will be disastrous for the US if they put boots on the ground. That's why they will go with proxies like the Kurds or whoever. VSVS says world is only controlled by Guju Bhim Gita readers. Okay, if you say so. Frantic Gamer says, what's your basis of saying Iran is doing pretty well? Especially after absolutely losing air dominance, politically decapitated, SRM is destroyed, agree in peace with neighbors. Okay, why do I say this, right? Yeah, they have lost air dominance from what we hear. From what we hear, they have been politically decapitated. Their SRMB, short range. What is SRMB? Give me a second. You mean SRBM? SRMB. What is SRMB? Steel. I think you're saying SRBMs, short range ballistic missiles destroyed. How do you know it's destroyed? Who told you? The American media told you? So this is what happens when you just pay attention to the media diet that's fed to you, the Western media. Why am I saying Iran is doing well? Because they're still sovereign. Because they've destroyed or badly damaged all the American military bases in the region. They've imposed a tremendous amount of punishment and damage on Iran, on Tel Aviv. They're still launching drones every day. They're still launching missiles every day. The American aircraft carriers have escaped far away from the vicinity of Iran. Why have the aircraft carriers, which are supposedly the most powerful ships in the world, why have they been forced to move far away? If they are politically decapitated, how come they're still coordinating everything in real time, all the strikes and all that? They're agreeing to peace with neighbors after destroying the American military bases on those neighbors' territory. And it's still a conditional peace. So my assessment is based on my understanding and what I observe of things. You can definitely feel free to disagree. But Iran is going to keep fighting. Iran is doing pretty well. Let's come back in a week's time and see where we are. Iran is going to be still fighting. Would you agree if 1 week from today, if Iran is still fighting and has not been regime changed, then Iran is doing pretty well? I mean, on one side, you have the United States and Israel. One is a superpower, the other is a regional power. On the other hand, you have a nation that's been sanctioned for like 50 years. Economically bankrupted nation, cut off from the rest of the world. And they're still fighting. So I think Iran is doing pretty well. Kakashi says, is Cuba, North Korea, Belarus, and Nicaragua sovereign? There are only 6 sovereign nations in the world. Only 6. The US, Russia, China, India. US, Russia, China, India, and Iran. Am I missing something? I am the guy who came up with this. I should not miss something. I came up with the sovereignty framework, right? Give me a second. Israel, of course. Oh, Israel. Yeah. Here we have it. So this framework of mine was now being plagiarized by everybody. Everybody was putting it out as if it's their invention or their creation. So this is it. There are 6 sovereign nations, only 6. The US, Russia, China, India, Israel, and Iran. That is it. No other nation. So people get upset about that also. People say, why not this? Why not that? It is what it is. I've explained why. Pratardana says, I noticed India is full of MOS ad YouTubers. What's MOS? Ministry of State. Okay. I don't know because I have YouTube Premium. I pay a little bit of money every month for that. Yeah. So that there are no ads. So I don't know what ads are there right now. Interesting. Okay. VSVS says, if Trump domies, Khamenei revives Bhim Gita. Okay, I have no idea what that is, but all right, sir. Ankush Sharma Photography says, if Deep State approved and deal when Obama, why click, 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 when Trump, what? If Deep State approved an nuclear deal when Obama, why cancelled when Trump? Because Trump decided to walk out of the deal. It was a betrayal of Iran. The nuclear deal, Iran agreed to all the conditions that the Americans were asking, were imposing, were demanding. The Iranians agreed to do everything, the Americans said. They even opened up their nuclear facilities for inspection by the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. The Iranians did everything they were asked to do as part of the JCPO, a Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. And then Trump comes to power and he walks out of the deal unilaterally. It was a betrayal. It was a backstabbing. Yeah. Kakashi says Venezuela and Syria were sovereign until recently. No. There's a difference between being nominally sovereign and being really sovereign, geopolitically sovereign. That way you will say even Japan is sovereign, right? Syria was completely dependent on Russia for its survival. That's not the hallmark of sovereignty, where your sovereignty, where your survival depends on a foreign nation. You're not sovereign, you're completely dependent. And Venezuela was sanctioned by the US and so on, but it was able to survive because it was exporting oil to China and some other countries. But it was very badly constrained by sanctions and so on. So you can't really say it was sovereign. VSVS says, question by Radical Trump truthed so shilled that Iran lost. But Trump makes 15 claims every single morning and then walks back the next day. In 2025, after the end of the 12-day war against Iran, Trump tweeted and announced to the world that Iran's nuclear program has been permanently destroyed. He said that Iran's nuclear program has been permanently destroyed. Now, when he starts this war in 2026, he said that we are attacking Iran because we want to end its nuclear program. So was he lying in 25 or is he lying today? Trump is a habitual liar. Pratyush Sharma says another Thad has been destroyed in Jordan right now. All right. And then they ask, how come Iran is doing well? Let me try and see if I can find something about this. Usually I look for information on X. Okay. Wow. Got 50 plus questions still remaining. And it's 3+ hours. So let's, give me a second. All right. Let's go to X and see if we can find something about Thad. THAAD. Let's see. Do we have any more recent immediate news? And Grok will always take a pro-US stance. Okay, please remember that. Okay, so I'll not try and search for this in real time because it will waste our time. Okay. Okay, Thad destruction in Jordan, Cuba random. Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. Lovish says, do you think this war has something to do with building of the third temple in Jerusalem? Also, 5 red heifers were brought to Israel from the US in 2022. I am not familiar with Jewish religion and prophecies and stuff. There seems to be some prophetic thing about burning of red heifers, and the temple can happen then, and Armageddon. I think the Americans are also launching a crusade of some kind, right? I mean, their military personnel are being told that this war is for Armageddon. We want to bring about the end of the world so that Jesus Christ can be reborn or something like that. I don't know about these religious matters. These are these religions are foreign to me, so I don't know much about them in much detail. So it's possible that that this war may have something to do with that building of the third temple, but I'm not quite sure what it could be. Ramaranga, thank you very much, Ramaranga ji. Thank you. VSVS, thank you very much, sir. Egraj says deep state is Masonic military corporate industrial complex of US. जो Yahudi chalte hai, and now our Ambani, Adani, Gujus are part of that. I don't know about that, but okay. I don't know about deep state, what it is, and I don't know about the Freemasons. I don't know if Ambani, Adani are part of that. I have no idea. Really now, Ms. Patel says US the most powerful vassal on the planet. A sight to behold. Yeah, if it is indeed the case. Oro Dash says E100 EV. Okay, once again, you asked the same question, but I don't know. I don't know. Sorry. Kids Vibe says Empire Empires fall by greed. Is the US same? Every empire eventually falls. Whether it's because of greed, whether it's because of complacency, whether it is hubris, whether it is elite overprotection, whether it is whatever. Usually internal issues. Every empire eventually meets that fate. The US is no different. Virinchi Verma says, will Saudi come to rescue Pakistan in Operation Sindoor 2? I doubt it. I doubt it very much. Okay. Giora TV says, do you think the US is just a paper tiger? As practically they've lost every war they've started. Even in World War II, it was the USSR that played a major role. The US is great at regime change. The US is great at bullying small nations. They won the Cold War because they played the economic and geopolitical game right, not because they defeated the USSR militarily. World War II, it was the USSR that actually defeated Nazi Germany. When was the last time the US defeated a worthy adversary? They defeated Saddam twice, but Saddam used to be their own vassal, and he was not prepared the way Iran is. It's something that should be considered seriously, actually. Is the US just a paper tiger? Well, actually, they have the world's largest navy. No, the Chinese now have the largest navy. The thing that makes the US so scary is its nuclear arsenal, the excellence of its nuclear submarines, which are everywhere. The fact that one nuclear submarine can launch enough missiles to destroy an entire country, the nuclear missiles. The fact that the US controls the global economy and has bought out a lot of people across the world. These are the things that make the US an empire. But can they fight a war against a well-prepared adversary is the big question today. After seeing how the Americans are faring in Iran, it's a big question, and that really, is the US a paper tiger? I think this war will tell us whether the US is a paper tiger or not. Yeah. Dheeraj Kamath says, Modi in Israel said Israel is the fatherland and India is the motherland. I think it's pretty disgraceful and humiliating to us. Like, why say that? I don't know. Israel is the fatherland, India is the motherland. I am not sure if it is disgraceful or humiliating. There are many nations that call their land the motherland. The Chinese say China is the motherland. India says motherland. Germany says fatherland. Does Israel also say fatherland? I'm not sure. Maybe he was just referring to the cultural connotations or something. And I'm sure he was not saying that Israel is our father. I'm sure he was not saying that. So I don't think that was the intention. If some people have taken it that way, maybe we should not take it that way. Yeah. So I don't think Mr. Modi was trying to to be ultra deferential to Israel or to uh, abase India or any such thing. I don't think so. Hani Sharma says, new files reveal Trump said to an adult star that she reminded him of Ivanka, his daughter, after with her. What a disgusting man and culture. Yeah, I better not comment about this. Yeah, this is their culture, I suppose. Kinetic History Videos says, what's your prediction on this war? Who will win? Well, it will be good for India if if Iran survives, if Iran does not get destroyed. Will that be the eventuality is the question. I think it is more likely than less that Iran survives this war. Iran will be devastated. Iran will be devastated. It will have taken immense damage that will cost hundreds of billions of dollars to rebuild. Who will pay that? Nobody. But I think Iran may survive. And for Iran, survival is victory. I think Iran will win this war. Golibar says, check Aqua Air X, and it's interesting. What is Aqua Air on X? On Twitter. What is Aqua Air? Let's see. Let us go to X. AQUAAIR. What's Aqua Air? Bangalore startup Aqua Air X unveils India's first amphibious drone. Outstanding. Brilliant. Outstanding. Aqua Air. Amphibious drone. Capable of seamlessly transitioning between aerial flight and underwater operations. Well, that's fantastic. Cool. Love it. See, we have such innovative people in India. We need to promote them and reward them. Karamjit Rehal says, Pakistan will be attacked because of US air base. Well, in the case the US is using Pakistani air bases for military operations against Iran, Iran will probably hit out at those military air bases. Yeah. So in case Pakistan allows the US to use Pakistani military and air force installations to carry out or launch attacks on Iran, Iran will most likely attack Pakistan and destroy or try to destroy those air bases or military installations. That is very likely. Very likely. Rudra Golba says, what leverage does the US have to arm twist us in supporting them? Economic leverage, all kinds of leverage. India wants access to the US market. That's a huge leverage the Americans have. Then the other leverage is sanctions. They could impose all kinds of sanctions on India for any pretext. Right? There must be other leverage also. So the US has all kinds of leverage over India. They can use Pakistan against us. They are encircling India. There's Pakistan, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, Nepal. Right? So many things. Suraj Singh says future of Indian IT due to these conditions. I think India's IT is going to not do well in the future because of the advent of agentic AI systems. So India's IT industry is going to be impacted by AI, not by the war conditions that we have right now. The 2020s are turning out to be an era of war. So that is not going to impact Indian IT. It's the rapid advancement in AI technologies that's going to impact IT. So that's going to be bad for India. Praveen Bhaskar, thank you very much, sir, indeed. Karthik Iyer says, reports of hundreds of Iran launchers taken out. Reports coming from where? From the United States and the US media and US owned social media. Missiles will be useless if all launchers destroyed, only drones will be left. So it's possible that there is some truth to it. But I have seen videos where ballistic missiles are being launched by Iran without any launchers. Without launchers. Straight out of a hole in the desert. The Iranians have planned for these things. So yeah, I'm sure possibly hundreds of launchers have been taken out, but the Iranians have been planning for this. They've built more than 100,000 drones. You think they've not built tens of thousands of launchers also? But yeah, the Americans will do their best to take out launchers and take out all possible infrastructure. So the longer the war lasts, the harder it would probably be for Iran to keep launching missiles and drones. So eventually, at some point in time, they may reach a situation where they can't launch missiles and drones. Then they'll fight by other means. VSVS says, okay, this is annoying now. I don't like the term because it's a racist term used against Indians. So let's not use such language. All right. Thank you. Praveen Bhaskar says, big fan, thank you, sir. With Iran under attack and Arab Gulf states staying silent, has Islam's internal Shia-Sunni fracture has it become the West's more powerful weapon? No, this war is not about the Shia-Sunni divide or fracture. There are plenty of Sunni people who are coming out in support of Iran. Looks like this war could actually heal the Shia-Sunni schism to a certain extent. So this Shia-Sunni fracture is not the West's more powerful weapon. That's not the case. There is rivalry between the nations in West Asia, mainly the Arab nations versus Israel. To some extent, it is fueled by the Shia-Sunni schism. But the real reason for this is that the West Asian Arabic nations are American allies or vassals, and Iran is not. That's the real reason. So it's not the Shia-Sunni thing that is the cause of this rivalry. VSVS says, "Oh Lagdi Raor Diya Amir Khan Lahore, please ban." Okay. Rusha Pawar says, "War continue. Russia gets involved. India inflation." Russia will get involved if more nations come and gang up with the Americans and Israelis in attacking Iran. Or Russia will get involved if Iran is doing very poorly and maybe is under risk of going down. In certain cases, Russia will get involved, otherwise not. VSVS says, okay, all right. Okay, thank you for reporting this, but I'm in no position to look into who's saying what because I'm trying to answer questions, unfortunately. I will look into these matters later on. Yeah. SG something. Yeah, there are so many questions on the regular chat that I am not able to find this individual. I'll look into that later. Thank you. Manikandan Vedantic Stoic says, US reports that Russia supplied intelligence on US radar in hard locations which helped in precision hits by Iran. There were reports that China supplied arms before the start of operations. Is it true? It is possible. I don't know. I have not kept track of Chinese shipments to Iran, so I don't know what they've done. But it's possible that China may have supplied arms to the Iranians before the start of operations. Russia most likely supplied intelligence on US radar and third locations. Even China must have done this. And China and Russia are both providing their GPS equivalent services, or better than GPS services, to Iran. So yeah, there is cooperation between Russia, China, and Iran. Straight out of the box. Thank you very much, sir or ma'am. Thank you. Rahul Sharma says, could one indirect effect of US confrontation with Iran be to remind global capital that Gulf state heaven status depends on American guarantees? Well, one indirect effect of this confrontation with Iran will be to tell the Gulf countries that they cannot trust American guarantees of security, of the American security umbrella. And it will tell the entire world that America's word can't be trusted. Okay, because America has given security guarantees to the Gulf nations. And those guarantees we can now see that the Americans can't keep their word. They can't. So that's the effect it's going to have. Gulibar says, high public office like MEA demands independence. Having close family settled abroad can create potential external pressure. I completely agree with you. Yes. Straight out of the box. Thank you very much once again, sir or ma'am. Thank you. VS says, okay, VS, can you ask this for me? Sir, thoughts on US office Christian groups praying for Trump? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I mean, the Americans are accusing the Iranians of being fanatics, right? Isn't this Christian fanaticism? Yeah, in the White House, at the Oval Office, in the Oval Office. Yeah, that's Christian fanaticism. So this looks like an American crusade, a Christian crusade against an Islamic nation. Ye Dosti says, from where do I get latest updates on Iran-Israel war? You are sometimes late to make a video, really ready to read articles, etc. Big fan for almost 5 years. Thank you so much for being a big fan. Latest updates, I think still the best place is Twitter or X. Okay. There is obviously some suppression of news on Twitter. But still, I think if you want to know exactly what's happening right now in real time, even today, the best place is Twitter. If you want to read articles and all, you can go to various media outlets. But those articles are written after proper analysis and proper drafting and all that takes hours or maybe a day or two. So an article that comes out right now, it may be about an event that happened maybe 5 hours ago or maybe a day ago. But if you want real-time updates, I think X is still the place. Despite the possible information censorship that's happening on X. I would say that's the place. Another place is Telegram, if you know which Telegram groups to follow. In that case, you get uncensored information in almost real time from the battlefield. But sometimes that uncensored information can be pretty unsettling. So yeah, latest updates, you should, one place is Twitter, another place is Telegram. Thank you. Virinchi Verma says, how much do you rate Prime Minister Modi, great or average? Still a lot to do. Is it too much to expect for him to make India great again? How do I rate Prime Minister Modi? I think he's the best Prime Minister we've had since 47. I still think so. Of course, there are frustrations that I have, that so much more should have been done. But that frustration will be there with everybody, right? So I would say that of all the prime ministers we've had, he has taken India forward the most. In 2014, India was not where it is today. India has gone far ahead of where it was in 2014. I agree, still a lot to do. It's probably too much to expect one man to make India great again. It has to be a series of leaders who all take us in that direction. Then only India can be great. One person can't make India great. So let's not expect one person to do everything for India. I think there will be somebody else after him and somebody else after that person. It will take 2-3 great leaders to make India great again. Putin says, many argued that India should dump S-400 and get Thar and Patriot. Ha ha. I know who those many were. I know who they were. Yeah. Dump the S-400. I know those people. I know people who've written articles about this. I know people who've been arguing on TV and on Twitter and other places about this. Dump the S-400. Yeah, right. Where are they now? Arnav Kumar Jha says, what will happen to the Chabahar port if Iran falls or if Iran wins? Will it trust India, or a new problem for India? Is betting on USA a good idea? Betting on the USA is a bad idea. I am not anti-US. I am just pro-India. I am pro-sovereignty. Betting on the US means you agree to subordinate yourself to the US, which means you eventually, at some point in time, without realizing or not, become a vassal. That's never a good idea. So what will happen to Chabahar port if Iran falls? If Iran falls, the US will take over Chabahar. Simple. It's a very good port. Very good natural harbor. So that'll happen. That's what happens if Iran falls. The US takes over Chabahar. It maybe sets up a military base there, naval base. If Iran wins, what happens? Well, if Iran wins, it retains Chabahar. If Iran wins, will it trust India? Or will it be a new problem for India? I think Iran will trust India. India may have verbally taken the side of the Americans and Israelis or whatever, but India hasn't done anything that harms Iran. So I think There may be some bad taste left over, but overall, we have done nothing through actions that hurts Iran, so that they will understand. Pavan Jot Singh says, after capturing Iran, will the US go for Cuba, Greenland, Canada? What is there in the next 10, 20 years plan, and how will it impact US economy, recession coming or not? What's the American plan for the next 10, 20 years? No, that's a good question. That's a good way of zooming out of where we are right now and looking at the big picture. The next, so the immediate objective of the US is to take control of all the major oil producing regions in the world. By doing that, you make China completely dependent on Russia, and then maybe you can do something about Russia, which isolates China completely. So in the next 10, 20 years, the Americans want to end all potential threats to the US. What are the potential threats? China, Russia, Iran, India. Now, India may not want to threaten the US ever, but the US still considers India to be a future potential threat. So next 10, 20 years, the US wants to end all those threats, neutralize all those threats once and for all. That is their plan. Or that's their goal, that's their objective. After capturing Iran, will the US go for Cuba, Greenland, China? I think the US can go for Cuba even now. What can Cuba do about it? Right now, I mean, a couple of days ago, the Americans were bombarding Ecuador. Ecuador is a small country in the northwest of South America. The Americans were bombarding Ecuador a couple of days ago. So the Americans have the ability to take Cuba right now if they want. I think Cuba could be one of the next targets of the US. Well, it makes sense as part of their Monroe Doctrine, the renewed Monroe Doctrine, to take Cuba. Greenland, Canada. The US will take Greenland, maybe not de jure possession of Greenland, but definitely de facto possession of Greenland. The Americans already have de facto possession of Greenland, at least to some extent. Maybe they will extend the extent to which they have de facto possession of Greenland. Canada, well, I don't know about Canada. Greenland, definitely they will expand and consolidate their possession of that territory. Cuba, it's possible, even likely perhaps, that they will go after Cuba. Canada, I'm not so sure. So, yeah. So that seems to be the thing, yeah? Recession coming, possibly recession coming, especially if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for a while. Recession could come all over the world. Hopefully not India. Empty Box says, trad in study start with imma cosmic id, so why not yod? I have no idea what you're saying, sir. I have no idea whatsoever. Sorry, very sorry. Scooby says, what do you think about UAE's status as a safe haven now? Will expat hubs like Dubai be impacted given how many move there for a better quality of life? Look, if this war goes on for months, the UAE status as a safe haven will be very badly impacted. If the war ends and Iran is defeated, then slowly people may come back to Dubai and so on. If the war ends without an Iranian defeat, nobody will come back to Dubai. Yeah, lots of people have fled Dubai, I've heard, but I know personally, I know that there are many people who are still stuck there. But once the airport opens and you're able to move out, most of them will move out, at least for the time being, as long as the war is going on. We don't want to be in Dubai when the war is next door, obviously. When missiles could come in, drones may come in. So once the war ends, it will depend on how it ends. If it ends with an American victory, I think people will go back to Dubai. If it ends without an Iranian defeat, people will stay away. Yeah, which is it's a shame, right? Dubai was providing this great safe haven for people from across the world, this oasis of excellence for Indians, for people from other countries. Terrible. Tommy Versetti says, why didn't India condemn the torpedo attack? Because it was done by the Americans. India doesn't verbally condemn anything America does. Okay, India is trying to not antagonize the United States. That's what India is trying its best to do. That's why India did not condemn the assassination of Mr. Khamenei. And that's why India did not condemn the torpedo attack that killed more than 100 Iranian soldiers, sailors, because India does not want to antagonize the Americans. That's why. Oro Dash says, by 2032, if we shift to EV, E100, hydrogen fuel for vehicles, will it decrease pressure on the government? What will the US do then, as India will be energy sovereign? Hmm. If India becomes energy sovereign or close to energy sovereign, it will significantly reduce the pressure on the government of India. But you see, when it comes to four-wheelers, two-wheelers, etc., when it comes to trains, you can have electrification. You can use hydrogen fuel, you can use lithium-ion batteries, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to aircraft and ships, you can't use electricity. You can't use batteries, lithium-ion batteries. You can't use hydrogen fuel, right? So the right way to become energy sovereign is to discover India's own oil reserves. But of course, by moving to electric more and more, especially for four-wheelers, two-wheelers, etc., it can significantly decrease the pressure until we find our own oil reserves. So yes, it will be great for India if we do this, and that's why India is trying its best to become to transition to electric as soon as possible, right? What will the US do if India becomes energy sovereign? Well, the US, what can the US do in that case? Not much. At least in that department, the US can't do much. Unless India discovers oil fields offshore, then the Americans may make life difficult for India in some way. Offshore. Shubham Bhatt Music, thank you very much, Shubham Bhatt Music. Music, nice. Thank you. Welcome to the membership of the channel. Priyanshu Kumar says, how long will the Middle East be involved in this? As long as the war lasts? You mean in the war? How long will the war last? Depends on whether the Americans have the appetite for a really long, drawn-out war, or whether it will become economically unviable for them. In which case, they will go to Plan B, which is funding terrorists and militias like ISIS and the Kurds. But even that may not really work out well. So this most likely is going to be a months-long, if not years-long, mess that the Americans have got and the Israelis have got the Middle East involved in. Most likely, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair. UPSC Motivation says, recently visited China. Safe to say they've built their infra ready for the future. Where is India crippling infra end? Do you think South way more developed? So China knows what it's trying to do. And China gets things done. So China's aspiration is to replace and displace the US as the world's sole superpower by about 2050. When you have that sort of a huge, massive goal, you're going to work very hard towards that, right? Especially when you are a professional government and so on, as opposed to professional politicians. So the Chinese have done a great job of building their infrastructure. They also are still working on it. They also have gaps, but they are doing a great job. In India, we have this culture of rent seeking, right? So we have disparities in various parts of the nation, east versus west, north versus south, and so on. And these are problems India needs to fix. Anand says, going to South Korea, you say Third being moved, should I worry? No, you don't need to worry. No, you don't need to worry. It's okay. It'll be fine. A. Rahul says, Rothschilds have invested into India NSE. I've heard about the National Stock Exchange, the Rothschilds. What is that thing? Let me find out. Okay, let's see. India National Stock Exchange, Rothschilds. What is this news? Rothschild and Company have a presence in India, has a presence in India with a Mumbai-based team focusing on advisory services. However, the National Stock Exchange of India is owned by various domestic and global institutions and individuals with no direct ownership or control by the Rothschild family or the firm. Um, Bombay Stock Exchange is a separate entity. Is it the Bombay? Is it the Bombay Stock Exchange? Every time it gives you a different answer. This is the problem with the AI, right? So Rothschild and Company has been appointed by the National Stock Exchange of India as an independent advisor to oversee its long-awaited IPO. Okay, so Rothschild and Company is managing the IPO process, including advisor selection. Okay, all right, so that's the deal. E. Rahul says, what's the Rothschild family and 13 families theory? I don't know. I haven't studied that, so I don't know. Vidhi Parikh says, NSC to engage Rothschild as advisor for its IPO. Your thoughts? Well, I've heard of various rumors and theories about the Rothschild family that they control the world and so on, but I haven't studied that, so I don't know about them. Maybe it's high time I update my knowledge. So they are engaged for the IPO for the NSC. What are my thoughts right now? I don't have any thoughts about this because I don't know about the Rothschilds. If the stories about them are true, then it's kind of concerning, but I don't know right now. Spider-Man says Indian education system is garbage as well as news channels, right? Yes. 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 Nikud Sharma says, is nuclear threat imminent in our lifetime? I hope not. Right now, it's not imminent. But if the Iran war doesn't go the way the Americans and Israelis like, there could be something of, there could be the possibility of nuclear weapons being used. I hope it doesn't ever happen in our lifetime or anybody's lifetime, but who knows? E. Rahul says Rothschild, Rockefeller, Astor, Bundy, Collins, DuPont, Freeman, Kennedy, Lee, Onassis, Reynolds, Russell, and Van Dyke own the U.S. Federal Reserve deep state? Question mark. I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know. I don't have the facts. E. Rahul says, who are Frankists and what is Frankism? I am not sure about that. Let's find out ourselves together, shall we? Who are Frankists and what is Frankism? Frankists were followers of 18th century Polish Jewish pseudo-messiah Jacob Frank, who led a radical antinomian and messianic movement called Frankism. Emerging from Sabbatianism in Podolia, Frankism rejected traditional Talmudic law, engaging in controversial rituals, and ultimately promoting mass conversion to Catholicism. The movement, which claimed thousands of followers, combined Jewish, Christian, and Islamic elements, and so on. Okay, so I was not aware of this. All right. Vishvesh Nayak says, Namaskar, Abhijit. Namaskar. My suggestion for electronics in India is having some good amount of people in embedded systems and doing high volume, low end manufacturing. High volume, low. Yeah. I agree with you. Yes. That's how you start off. You start off with high volume and low end stuff. Why not? India needs to become a manufacturing nation, major manufacturing nation. Start with anything. Start with nuts, bolts, needles, screwdrivers, whatever. When it comes to electronics, yes, high volume, low end manufacturing. I absolutely agree with you. I'm not sure what embedded systems are. Let's find out what embedded systems are. What are embedded systems? Okay, embedded system is a specialized computing device designed to perform specific tasks, combining both hardware and software. Yeah, okay. Often within a larger mechanical or electrical system. Unlike general purpose computers, they are optimized for reliability, power efficiency, and so on. Okay, so it's a fusion or synthesis of hardware and software systems. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a great suggestion. Suggestion. Devjyoti Saha says, why China is attacking Taiwan in this situation? What? Really? When did that happen? When did China attack Taiwan? Really? Let me see. Dubai Marina is trending. Islamabad is trending. Conor McGregor is trending. Look, if China has invaded Taiwan, I would know about it. I don't think China has thus far eh, attacked Taiwan. Karthik Iyer says, you are absolutely correct. US officials openly saying that they want to steal Iranian oil. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, they are blatantly, openly saying they want to. No, they don't use the word steal. They say they want to take over Iranian oil from terrorists or whatever. So they essentially that's what they're saying. They want to steal the oil. Openly they're saying it, blatantly. Rahul Patel, thank you very much, Rahul Patel ji. Putin says, is it time for Chavda doctrine, Desi Monroe doctrine? I would not have any objections to that. But first, to enforce that, you need the capabilities. That's why India needs to militarize. To enforce an Indian Monroe doctrine or a Chavda doctrine, you would need to have sufficient naval assets to control a large portion of the ocean that's relevant to our interests, which means you would need hundreds of more warships than India has, and definitely at least 50 submarines. I would say close to 90 or 100 submarines. That's what India needs. Only then can you actually implement or enforce such a doctrine. Otherwise, it's just words. So I think it's time. I think it should be done. Gajapati Deva says, views on the Odisha famine of 1866 by the British. They still hero worship British guy Raven Shaw Sahib. In fact, a big college is named after him there. So the people hero worship people because of what they are taught in the education system. Maybe in the textbooks they are being taught that the Raven Shaw guy was the guy who tried to prevent the famine instead of causing it. Right? And when your teachers say speak highly about somebody, you're going to automatically feel that this is the right thing to do. And especially when your college is named after this guy. This is the problem in India. India is still deeply, deeply mentally colonized, and nothing is being done to change these things. Amrit Kaur says, what will be the impact now that India has allowed Rothschild and Company, who were funding wars before, to enter the Indian financial market through NSE IPO? So, like I said, I am not really familiar with the history of the Rothschild family. But in case all the stories about them are true and that they really are part of the deep state or whatever, and were funding wars and have nefarious designs, let's say possibly against India, then it is a very, very concerning development. What could be the impact? I'm not sure. But if this is the case, then it's concerning. Why don't you hire an Indian company to do this? Why do you need to hire a foreign company? And that too, Rothschild possibly. I mean, if the stories about them are true. So I think it's concerning. I'm not sure what the impact could be, but it's definitely concerning. And why? Why hire them? Why not hire an Indian company? Don't we have experts in India? Krit Gupta says, former foes Iran, Iraq, now friends? Question mark. Thank you for recording these live streams. You're very welcome, sir. You make my daily miserable drive commutes to Gurgaon International informational. I'm so glad. I'm glad. Thank you so much. Thank you. Former foes Iran and Iraq, now friends. Well, they're no longer foes, at least I can tell you that, because Iraq is no longer a sovereign nation. Iraq is an entity that's controlled by the US. It's owned by the US, not de jure but de facto. But Iraq, as we know, has a large Shia population. 40 to 50% of them are Shia, and that obviously makes them friends of Iran. And during Saddam Hussein's time, when Iran and Iraq went to war, that war was engineered by the US, because Saddam was a US ally, a US puppet, US vassal, and the Americans wanted to use Iraq to bleed Iran. So that's why there was a war between the two nations, which ended in a stalemate. So they're not exactly friends. They're not enemies either anymore. But I'll tell you what, the Americans will use Iraqi territory to push insurgents and terrorists into Iran if they go ahead with the plan of regime change. So yeah, there is that for sure. Prataradana says, seems Obama has leverage over Israel. I am not aware of that at all. Does he? I'm not sure in what way. Obama, I mean, if there's a deep state, Obama will definitely be part of it. Does he have leverage over Israel? Obama did not have a great relationship with Israel. He had a very fractious and hostile relationship with Netanyahu, and overall was pretty negative towards Israel. So that's what I know. I'm not sure about what leverage he may have. Giga Dad says biggest racist group towards Indians on X are MAGA supporters. You may be right about that. Yeah. Yeah. There's also the Chinese, the Pakistanis, and so many more. But yeah, MAGA. Yeah. Kupresh Desai. Thank you very much, Kupresh Desai ji. Thank you, sir. I think it's a male name. Thank you. Thank you. Spade says, sir, make me the mod. I'll deal with these racists. Next time I'll look into that. Right now, I can't in real time make you the moderator, but thank you for the offer. Varalika V says, what percentage of our GDP should ideally be allocated to defense, considering we currently spend about 2%? I would say for the next 10 years, it should be 5%. If we do that, it's going to have, obviously, we'll have to find that money from somewhere else, reallocate it from somewhere else into defense, which means we may have to stop the Ladli Behna Yojana and some other Yojanas and some freebie Yojanas and all that. But I think it's fine. So I think, considering the fact that the 2020s are increasingly an era of war, and we have a major war in our own backyard, I think, and considering the kind of enemies we have, Pakistan, which is the US puppet, ally, vassal, and China, who obviously we know their history with India. They have been extremely unfriendly towards India. Considering the situation, India should, I would say, allocate 5% of its GDP towards defense. Because this 2% of GDP towards defense, which goes into defense, a lot of it goes into salaries and pensions. A lot of it goes there. So I think it should be 5%. Pratardana says Iran war is going to embolden some countries for sure. It's going to embolden some countries, especially if Iran resists and survives. Yeah. Empty Box says, old Indian study started with Aham Brahmasmi, so why Nashioid? Old India study started with Aham Brahmasma. So why Natioid? I don't know what Natioid means, so I'm not able to understand the question. I suppose there must be restrictions on the amount of characters you can type or something, but I'm sorry, I'm not able to understand the question. Natioid. Anil says, is the world now not realizing the US double standards? Look, most of the world simply believes what the media tells them. And the media, most of it is controlled by the US. So the media will justify everything. The media will try to explain everything, that makes all American actions sound very rational. So the Americans are saying, our objective is to take over Iranian oil from the terrorists. Which terrorists? The Iranian government. But if you believe this narrative, then you won't see any double standards. So, yeah. Shubham Ghosh says, the Americans have openly said they don't want India to be another China. Why do you think they're so open about it? Because they are so open about it because they believe that they have India in their grasp and there's nothing India can do about it. So they can be arrogant and condescending and rub your nose into it. That's what they think. They are openly saying this because they are certain that they have India in their grasp. I wonder what makes them so certain about it. But otherwise, they would not say it. Okay. Messi Leo says, imagine a reality where there are no Abrahamic religions and countries are following their indigenous dharms like Europe, Greek and Roman gods, Persians, Zoroastrianism, Egypt, their thing, their own religion. Well, it would be a very different world. Yeah, it would be a very different world. It would be like the way the world was 2000 years ago. Priyanshi Chakraborty says, has Iran come conclusions with Arab countries? Is that true? If yes, has the US officially lost the war? The last I saw, the government of Iran said that we are no longer going to be launching attacks on the Arab nations. The attacks we have launched were not on the nations, but on the US military bases from which attacks were being carried out on Iran. And now we will not be doing that. So it means that Iran has most likely destroyed or incapacitated the American military bases on these nations' territories, whether it is UAE, whether it is Saudi Arabia, whether it is Kuwait, whether it is Bahrain, Oman, whoever. So that's why they have said that they will not attack anymore, because they must have neutralized these bases. Does it mean the US has officially lost the war? No. The US can still fight, and it's still fighting. They're still pounding Tehran and other cities and causing God knows how much destruction. The Americans can use Iraq and Syria as launching pads for attacks on Iran. They can also use Israeli territory for attacks on Iran. So the Americans have not lost the war yet. I think Iran is still on the back foot. Okay, the Americans are still the stronger party, but looks like the balance of power or matters in the war is shifting slowly. So it's not that the US has officially lost the war at this point in time. That's not the case. Balraj Singh, thank you very much, Balraj Singh ji. Aryan Shukla says, is Chanakya Niti still applicable in today's world? It is 100% absolutely applicable in today's world. The Americans are the biggest exponents of Chanakya Niti. Chaitanya Modak says, India plays its card pretty well, given shelter to one of the Iranian ships, citing technical snag. Now Iran possibly can't launch attack missiles at us, even if American ships use our ports or for temporary maintenance or refueling. We did the right thing by giving shelter to an Iranian ship. And that by doing that, by taking that action, we have sent a message to the Americans that we will do what we think is right. We don't need your guidance and your approval. But does it mean Iran can't launch attacks at us, even if American ships use our ports for temporary maintenance or refuel? I think it makes it less likely for Iran to do that, because we have a bunch of their sailors in our custody or under our protection. But it doesn't mean that India should now allow the Americans to use our ports for attacks on Iran or as part of what they're doing in this war. So India has done the right thing, I would say. But if India then decides to give American warships access to our ports, I don't think that's the right move. Ustad Vittuddin Khan says, would the global Islamists get emboldened if at the end of the day US and Israel don't succeed in removing the current Iranian regime? I think the people who are regarded as global Islamists are not Shias, they are Sunnis. And I'm sure they'll be pleased that an Islamic nation has been able to withstand the assault from the US and Iran. Will it embolden the global Islamists? I'm not sure what Islamism is and Islamists are and all. But overall, it will make the Islamic world happy. Vijay Patel says, when do we will graduate from third world to great power? It will take a lot of hard work for us to do that. Okay? Right now, we are a third world nation. For us to become a middle power or a middle income nation will take us 20 years. 20 years. If we play our cards right. This is a long process. It's a slow process. I would love it if it happens next weekend, but I would love it. But it's not that easy. It's going to be a long process, and it will be very difficult. And there's no guarantee we will actually achieve this. It will depend on our leadership and how resilient they are. Naresh, thank you very much, Naresh ji. Putin says, US China nikat na aave, AbhijitChavda ji ka jab naam sunave. Very funny, thank you. Naresh says, do you believe assassination attempt on Modi? I have no idea. I have no information about this. There are all kinds of rumors on social media. I don't know what to make of it. I don't pay attention to rumors that don't have any factual basis to back them up. Anil says, the end of US dominance has started. Your view? It's possible. I will still not make a judgment. I'll wait for this war to take its course, and then we will see very clearly. But already the war has gone very badly for the US. They're having to hide what's happening. Yeah. So clearly, they are not as dominant as what the world imagined them to be. Satoru Gojo says, minor disagreement with your thesis of US treating Russia, China, Iran, and maybe India's threats because these are non-vassal states. By that metric, the US would want to neutralize Israel too. No, the US has a special relationship with Israel. The US does not treat each nation the same way. The US gives unconditional support to Israel even when it harms US interests. Case in point, the Americans allowed Israel to drag them into this war prematurely. Right? So, the US doesn't treat India the way it treats Israel. The US doesn't treat Israel the way it treats Russia. Every nation is different. And the US does treat Russia, China, Iran, and India as threats, not Israel. It does not treat Israel as a threat. Ustad says, don't you think that global Islamic terrorism can't be I don't discuss this matter. I stay out of this matter. Yeah. Sorry about that. I never discuss this. Empty box says, previous Aham Brahmasmi question, so why national identity? Now I'll have to go and dig out your previous question because I don't remember what it was. When I take 80, 90 questions in a day, after 5 minutes, I forget what the previous question was. And especially when that question came like 7, 8 before. Okay, I'm not able to find it. Sorry, sir. Why national identity? Still don't know the question. Sorry. If you can put the entire question in one super chat, then I'll be able to understand. I'm sorry, I don't remember what the previous fragment of the question was. And I'm not able to find it because there are hundreds of questions out there. Sorry, sir. Sorry so much. Genuinely sorry. Naresh says, if you don't believe the assassination attempt, why did Putin pick Mr. Modi up and sat in the car for an hour and went inside together in China's visit? Because maybe there was electronic snooping happening. And maybe Mr. Putin and Mr. Modi wanted to discuss something inside the car in a way that the Chinese can't snoop on them through electronic means. And maybe they wanted to discuss something they can't discuss on the phone. There are multiple explanations beside that assassination attempt explanation. Let your imagination run a little, right? Okay, so there are other explanations too, apart from the assassination attempt theory. Deepak says, you mentioned earlier how strong US is, but we see its weapon system failing militarily. Operation Sindoor, Iran, do we still need to fear in taking decisions, fearing US military capabilities, and economically we are opening to new markets? I think we should still fear them. Let's not say that, oh, yes, US has lost this war and US's weapons are weak. Mm-hmm. No. India has to take the US very seriously. Let's not start celebrating that everything is failing. It's the American military doctrine that is deficient and obsolete and outdated. Their weapons are outstanding. Okay. User says, how to become dictator and change India for the good? I don't know. I wish I knew. Study the great dictators and how they came to power, and then be a good dictator. Okay, that's it. That's the end of today's live stream. I suppose there's no more live super chats. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been more than 4 hours. Thank you so much for your questions. And I'm going to end this live stream right now. I'll do the next one pretty soon because there's so much happening in the war. Give me a couple of days. We'll have another live stream. Until then, take care. Keep asking questions. Keep raising your standards. Keep learning. Thank you. I'll see you very soon. Bye bye. Good night. Good day. For now.